following us every day, and they have become our colleagues, they have become our friends. We must also extend these greetings to them. Honorable members, I said that last week that we are going to have a meeting of the committee tomorrow on Wednesday. We will confirm the time with you. The chairperson, we have two chairpersons here. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Police and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Justice. Their committees are meeting tomorrow, starting from 9 o'clock. And when I checked with them, their meetings may end around 6 o'clock in the evening. So we will continue to engage with the two chairpersons and other committee members to look for an appropriate time which can accommodate all of us. So once that is decided, we will let members know when our meeting will happen tomorrow. But the likelihood now is that it may start in the evening. So, but we will confirm that time with you, honorable members. Last week on Friday, the order of proceedings, because there were honorable members who have requested to be released earlier during the proceedings. And so I want you to know that today we are reverting to the normal way of our proceedings. We will start with the African National Congress and then go to the MKP as the official opposition, then take the Democratic Alliance, followed by the EFF, the IFP, the PA, Freedom Front Plus, and Action SA. So now, African National Congress, who are your first two speakers?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Evidence Counsel and General Sibiya. From the ANC, the first round of speakers would be Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Nhlanhla. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. MKP, who are your first two speakers?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and everyone here. I'll be the first speaker today.
Okay. And then maybe just to Honorable Skosana.
Yes.
Because it is human just to tell us how is Honorable Nomvalo today, how is he feeling?
Thank you, Chair. He'll join us now. Obviously, you know, there's a clinic here in Parliament. He says that he's walking back here.
Okay.
He will join us in Honorable Chongwe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Honorable Breitenbach, may you please confirm your... No. One of your speakers must be on an alternate.
Okay, well then it will be myself and Honorable Klopper.
Okay. So Honorable Cameron will take the last round. Yes. And then from the IFP, from the EFF, I guess it's yourself, Honorable Mathais. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Chair. You didn't say EFF like you meant economic freedom in your lifetime. I'm going to take the first round. Obviously, I'll be doing, but we'll do 2 rounds. So we'll do the 20 minutes and then we'll do a second round for 10. Can we agree to that, please?
Honorable Mathais, you are an alternate member in this committee.
But I'm full today.
Today you are a full member, and when you are a full member,
Because I'm an alternate
when you
and
are
the
a
full
full
members.
when you are a full member, you forfeit the status of being an alternate.
Yeah, but I thought you'd just be nice.
So
because-
let me allocate. You know I'm a benevolent chairperson. Let me
Yes, that's
allocate
what
you
I'm
the
counting
time,
on, Chair.
and then we will come to that discretion in the event.
But Chair, can we agree though, right? We're getting 30 minutes regardless, right? So I'm saying
Yeah.
we can go 20 and then we can use the other 10 to wrap up.
You
If push comes to shove.
have 30 minutes. If you use 20 or 25 and say, I would like to use the 5 minutes later, it's still okay.
Okay. But I can see that you are going to give me the 10 minutes for the alternate. I feel it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, look, that is a very strong feeling. I cannot take that feeling away from you. Honorable Sols, Honorable Mngango, the IFP is going to, and the Freedom Front Plus will be you, Honorable Vessels. And the Action SA will be you, Honorable James. So, Honorable Skosana, after you have spoken, we will determine if we no, you said the MKP is going to be you, and I see Honorable Shongwe has moved in. Is he forfeiting his minutes as an alternate or what? Or is going to be you and him? Or,
No.
or him and you?
Yeah, it's going to be me, and then followed by that 20
Alternate.
that 20 minutes for Honorable Shongwe,
No,
and then in the second round.
Not 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes,
20 minutes.
and then the last round would be Honorable Nomvalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, honorable members, it will then be Honorable Sokhanyile, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Shongwe for the first round. Surely, after Honorable Shongwe, we should take a comfort break. So, Honorable Shongwe, the keys to our break, I'm giving you the keys, and help us to have that comfort. Honorable Sokhanyile, your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Let me greet you, General Sibiya, together with the officials and also the people of South Africa who are listening to this Ad Hoc Committee today. General Sibiya, I will go straight, I will zoom to your previous work employment that you did specifically with the city of Johannesburg. On paragraph 21, on the 8th of November 2016, you were appointed by the city of Johannesburg to head up its group forensic investigation services. So you were responsible for that unit. Was the unit an existing unit in the SAPS, or it was a new unit that were established with the city of Johannesburg when you were employed in 2016?
Thank you, Chair. After I lost my job from the city of Joburg, I was at home doing my small projects. I saw an advert. It was advertised that they're looking for to establish a city's forensic department that is meant to fight maladministration, theft of city assets, fraud and corruption in the city, the hijacked properties and that. So and then I was called for interviews and I got the job. And at that time, there was no group forensics in the city of Joburg, but there was an audit section within group risk and assurance. They call it JIRAS within the city. So they were also conducting investigations on the other hand, but under like audit, they were not doing like forensic investigations per se. However, they were contracted to many service providers that are in the city's database, such as your KPMG, all the different forensic investigative and the law firms that conducted the investigations on behalf of the city. So the then mayor felt that, but they want to have a forensic department that conduct investigation that must fight maladministration. Remember, in the city of Joburg, at that point in time, when I was just starting, there were so many, I just don't have the figures now, but there were so many buildings, properties that are hijacked, where the owners were complaining left, right, and center that their properties have been hijacked and they were no longer even having access into. So I had to start a department that will actually focus specifically on fighting crime that is being committed in the city and against the city.
Okay. Then, in fact, you have said that you saw the advert through in the newspaper.
Yeah, it was advertised. Yes, it was advertised.
You applied,
yes,
like
applied.
Anybody.
Yes.
Went to interviews.
Yes.
Okay. But you left the city of Joburg being accused of fraud and corruption. And this unit that you set up, it was there to combat fraud and corruption. But you left the city of Johannesburg under the dark cloud, being accused of fraud and corruption. Am I correct?
You are not correct. I resigned from the city of Joburg.
Of corruption and fraud, or anything that comes nearer to you that the city of Joburg said you have done. For instance, that involves an amount of 3.5 million of unlawful benefit.
No. In the city of Joburg, it's a political space. It's all the political parties fighting each other in council. If this party is fighting that party of the former Mayor Herman Mashaba, others are fighting that party, others are fighting group forensics, because there were those that were believing that group forensics had been established by the former Mayor Herman Mashaba so that it can be used against them. So they would open cases, many would open cases that are not really cases that make sense, because if there is any fraud and corruption, and it was reported to the police and it has got evidence, I would have been arrested by now. It would have been, I mean, it's how many years I've been back into the police, where's that case now? So it's are those who will tell you that I was illegally appointed, but I was appointed, approved by council. Matters were investigated by the public protector, cleared. There will those who tell you that I procured spying equipment, but and then even go to an extent of writing to the public protector. Public protector cleared. They wrote to the IGI. The IGI said, but it must be investigated by the SSA. The SSA comes and say, no. We saw these things. There's no spying equipment here. And even these things that were procured here cannot be even repurposed for anything. It's a report that comes from SSA. Now, what I'm saying is that this is, if someone goes and opens a case against you and there's a case, act on it, and it never happened.
Okay. So there was no case that was opened for that. Even the equipment, because I was going to come for that equipment that we're talking about, an irregular expenditure that was incurred by the city of Johannesburg because of the equipment, procurement of the intelligence gathering equipment.
No.
There's nothing like that during your era.
Let me respond. There is nothing like that. Honorable members, when you say you are a world-class city, and then I say the city of Joburg is the mega city in Africa, and we've got a forensic department that is not able and capable, how do we make the city to be able and capable? How do we make the city to be able to carry itself in terms of the investigations? Now, I said, you know what, I worked for the Scorpions. They had a unit called KICO, Crime Information Collection Unit. In the Hawks, they have PCMC, Priority Crime Management Center, Information Management Center. Now, I needed an instrument that when I walk into the war room, I can see what is happening in the city at once. And that being the case, what you do is that we need technology. We need to invest in technology. Even the police now, they are saying we need to invest in technology. You need a situation where the city's got, I think, 13 departments and 23 entities or vice versa, but that is the numbers. I must know that the crimes that are being committed at J-Water or at Zoo or at City Power, in those respective environments, I must know the type of crimes that are being committed there, but I must also check on the modus operandi of this crime that is being committed here. Is similar to this one, similar to this one, and who are the role players that are coming in. So if you don't have technology that assists you to be able to get that type of information all at once, I must know that how many cities' properties, how many buildings in the city are hijacked, so that we put the red dot in those that are hijacked, so that when I look at the wall must tell me that here is a cluster of hijacked properties. That building and that property and that property, they are hijacked. This one's the police have acted, and this one what you label them in red, green, and yellow. And the yellow will have its own status. Green, it has been arranged, it's in court, and this one is foreigners mainly. And so that what you need to do is that are hijacked, and you must be able to know that who's behind the hijacking. Is it the same group of people, or you have different numbers of people? So this is just technology. So now, what is worse that we need to understand, honorable members? In the city, I will never wake up and sign a check and go and procure something. You make an application that must go right up through the budget steering committee and right up to the council where maybe something gets approved. But above all, the person who complains that I procured spying equipment it is his wife who procured those buying equipments, working for the city of Joburg. So this thing of making allegations for the sake of making allegations because you want to taint a person, they don't really work. That is why nothing happened to date, and nothing will happen ever.
Okay. In your statement, and even
Honorable Sokanyile, General, who is the person accusing you of buying spying equipment?
Initially, I do know that the former city man, and then supported by a gentleman called Mesuli Mlandu. And this Mesuli Mlandu is a guy who was fired from Eastern Cape and then was employed in Ekurhuleni, was fired from Ekurhuleni, and then he started accusing and running after the former minister of Ekurhuleni, Mondli Gungubelo. You can check the articles. So himself, there were investigations running against him. How he got to be on the other side, they started attacking me and challenging me and fighting me is because there came an instruction that say all senior managers of the city needs to be vetted. When we send a team down there and say, we are told this man was fired in the city of, in Eastern Cape. He started saying, no, I'm conducting clandestine investigations against him. They are not clandestine investigations. Everybody must just submit the Z04, 204 papers so that everybody can be vetted. But he didn't want to be vetted at all. And above all, there were investigations that were registered where he assisted in the employment of a lady called Anela Kwababa, who had the qualifications of being a registered nurse somewhere there, because she created the impression that she's got HR-related qualifications when she did occupy the most high position in terms of HR-related. So there are other people who think because of how forceful they are, how powerful they are, how strong they are in terms of character, they can force their way through and get what they want. And you will realize that even in the city.
I think I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
So did these accusations happen when you were still their colleague?
Yes.
You had not left the city?
No, they happened whilst I was in the city and they were investigated and I was cleared. They even attempted to stop their powers for group forensics to investigate. I went to court, the court ruled in my favor. All these things were investigated. I'm very much concerned when they are trying to get this again through the back door and have this thing resuscitated.
So are you saying Honorable Sokanyile is a back door?
No, this is a dead thing that needs to remain dead. They shouldn't be bringing this. You know, when Lt Gen Mkhwanazi was talking about state capture, he was talking in a sense, not state capture, when he was talking about...
No, it's fine. I don't want you to debate the questions. I just wanted to clarify. And remember, this clarity emanates by equipment, but the person who accuses me of buying spy equipments, it was his wife who bought those equipments.
Yeah, the equipment that were procured. His wife was part of the steering committee, and her signature is also there.
Thank you.
no, it worries me.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Yeah, it worries me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want
you assisted me because I was going to ask about Mlandu. I'm from Eastern Cape in Tata.
He was fired in the Eastern Cape. Even in
no,
it's fine. It's fine.
No, look.
No, you don't.
General, don't be agitated.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to put things behind or putting things through the back door. It's just, I'm just looking because when we're in the city of Johannesburg trying to combat fraud and corruption, there are these allegations. Now, you went back to SAPS. There are allegations, for instance, Brown Mkhwanazi, you said about supply chain. Why could he go to your office, Brown Mkhwanazi, on a supply chain related issue, not going to manage a supply chain, for instance, a senior person in the supply chain, or the national commissioner?
May I ask the honorable member to rephrase her question because she's put her facts upside down.
Oh, okay. Mkhwanazi, Nhlanhla, they're one and the same people. I'm saying that you said yesterday, Nhlanhla went to your office to ask about a supply chain related issue. Then I'm asking why not go to a supply chain person?
Just hold it there, Honorable Sokhanyi. Honorable Nombalo.
Chair, I thought you were going to call the witness into order. The manner he has addressed the member is unwarranted and undesirable. To say a member to protect members and witnesses who must engage each other with respect here.
Yeah, he said the question. I think he might have wanted to say the facts have been mixed.
Yeah.
And I think the member understood it because instead of mentioning the name of Nhlanhla or Mr. Nhlanhla, she mentioned Mr. Mkhwanazi, but the witness understood the context to that the member wanted to ask about Mr. Nhlanhla. And that is why, look, we can pardon him for the language used. I don't think it was intentional. He would have wanted to assist the member to say, but it's like your facts are mixed. If we can have the facts reorganized. And for that, I did not fault him. You can proceed, Honorable Sokhanyi.
Fine.
May I apologize if this is how it came out, because I didn't want to use the word the honorable member confused this. I think it would have been more, it would sound like I'm saying the honorable member is confused to us. So I didn't have the right word, but I apologize. I'm ready for the question. Question?
I was saying that you had a meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla about a supply chain related issue who came to complain. Then I'm asking, you didn't refer Mr. Nhlanhla to a person responsible or a senior person in the supply chain department or the national commissioner? Why didn't you do so?
Honorable Chair and members, when you are or you have been awarded a tender by the South African Police Service, which have gone past supply chain. Now, the next level to complain with the South African Police Service. This is what he did. He went to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, which in that case, I was acting in that capacity.
Then the meeting that you had with Brown Mkhwanazi discussing some of the issues. You said Brown Mkhwanazi, you knew him from Northwest. He's an activist. Then you said yourself, you don't belong to any political party. But you are meeting this, you met this activist and you knew Brown Mkhwanazi because he's an activist. Am I correct?
Yes, I said that. Not because he's an activist. I know him as an activist in Northwest.
Then most of the meetings that you held, either Brown Mkhwanazi or Ket Matlala, were work-related meetings, surely.
In relation to Brown, I would say work-related. But if a person says, I'm coming, are you in Camps Bay, I'll come and greet you, because that's the only time I met him. And the second time when he said, I'm in Gauteng, I'm coming to consult. Are you around? And I said, yes, I'm at my lawyer's as well. Okay, I'll see you when I break, and we just greet.
The work-related meetings, have you ever reported them to your senior, who happens to the National Commissioner? Have you ever reported the outcomes of those meetings and reported that you met so and so because of this and that?
Firstly, I indicated yesterday that the moment I got these calls from Brown Mkhwanazi, I said to the National Commissioner, there's a strange call that I found from a person who called himself Brown, but he was telling me more about me being careful that crime intelligence is following me and they are working on me and all those things. And then he said, no, continue meeting him, and where possible you can even record him. But it didn't go to a point where I recorded him.
You know, I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat?
You can just speak closer to the mic.
Thank you.
Can you repeat your answer? I didn't hear clearly.
I don't know if I still remember the trail of thought, but what I heard was, did you inform your National Commissioner? And I said, it was not a meeting per se, but I did inform the National Commissioner the very first time around. I received a call from Brown, that I received a strange call from a person who called himself Brown, but he was telling me about, that I must be careful. I'm being followed, I'm being listened to, which was the case, and said these people are working against you because they want to push you out. That's what he said to me initially. And then I did tell the National Commission, I said, no, keep on listening to him. And it wasn't a subject to really take any further.
And then thereafter, you knew Brown Mkhwanazi because you are saying that you told the National Commissioner that you got a call from a person you didn't know.
Yes. And as he phones, I took the calls.
When you said yesterday, your hatred between yourselves and General Mkhwanazi, you saw it, it was there. Is that the reason why you had to communicate with the junior officials in KZN instead of a provincial commissioner?
Those are two different things, Honorable Member. The hatred is something that has been displayed over time until now. And why I communicated with Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I'm the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection. I am allowed to speak to a deputy provincial commissioner of crime detection. That's the first part. But the second part is that because when I speak to General Mkhwanazi, when I call him, many a times I call him when the relationship was all fine. You will call him, you won't find him because mostly he's engaged in meeting, whether it's engaged in a meeting with executive, business forum, or taxi people, but he's mostly involved in meetings. Now, he's the kind of a person who, when he's chairing a meeting, he will never much later. Now, I'm sitting here in making sure that since the minister said, may I see the team tomorrow so that I can brief them, I can hear what happened and how they got there. The minister didn't want to interfere, but remember that he is the minister of police. He get asked, he conduct a lot of interviews. He want to be able to account or to speak about it. So he said, can you get me the team to come and brief me so that I get to hear how we got here? And me trying to speak to General Mkhwanazi to arrange and also to please inform the PC on my behalf. Like it happens in many other provinces, I never thought General Mkhwanazi will actually take it too hard like he did. Similar situations have happened in Mpumalanga. Similar situations happened in Mpumalanga where the National Commissioner wanted to meet the team that was involved in a particular, I think it was a case where we found a arms cache or the one of Piet Retief where councillors were killed. And now, as a result, I communicated to the brigadier, and then the PC called me and said, how? Now you are calling my people and me you are leaving behind. And these are my people. I say, General, please, I apologize. I should have started by you. And she said, no, I understand. Please, General, come with them. And she came. We interacted with them, but I apologized. And it was really not war like it is still today, just for the fact that I didn't speak to you directly, I spoke to someone who's your deputy. So it differs from character to character, from person to person. But it happens on a daily basis with all the provinces.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much.
Before, General, you confirm the display of hatred towards you.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm also from the Eastern Cape, and I am here not because I was fired there.
Yeah, but before, Honorable Sokanyile said she wanted to ask about that person from the Western Cape, who the general has said that he or she was fired.
Yeah, Chair, that's why I'm saying I'm from the Eastern Cape.
No, I'm just checking with her. You're no longer asking that question, or because you had promised the general that you were going to ask him.
No. I'm no longer going to ask because he has reflected how they hated him also.
Okay. Yeah, my apologies, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Chair, General, good morning. We are going to the answers you have given yesterday to the evidence letter. And the second emanate from the statement you deposed to this committee. When I want you to confirm to the committee that the answers you gave yesterday are to the best of your information and they are not a bad denial. Do you confirm?
Make me understand, Chair, because when you said, when the honorable member says the answers I gave versus the affidavit I deposed, they are not a bad denial. Can the honorable member take me to a specific point?
I'm saying, leave the statement for now. We'll come to the statement. I'm saying you have been asked the whole day by the evidence leader yesterday. You have provided answers.
Yes.
And in your statement, you said, you confirm that the information you are to give is to the best of your knowledge.
That's correct.
So I'm asking that do you confirm on record that all the answers that you would have given to the Ad Hoc Committee yesterday,
yes,
are the best of the knowledge that you have and not a bad denial?
That is correct.
Thank you. Your boss, General Masemola, deposed a statement in this committee. And one of the General Khumalo and the Minister of Police that declared you a rogue police officer. Are you a rogue police officer?
I've never been one in my 37 years old in the service.
So you deny the allegations?
I deny that, and they must prove that.
Okay. So you receive a call from a gentleman by the name of Brown Mkhwanazi, who comes and meets with you in a hotel in Camps Bay. You dine together. He divulges intelligence information to you, an alleged plot to oust you or something. But didn't it concern you as a Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service that a civilian comes to you as a boss of an institution and gives you an information about your intelligence services? Did it not concern you?
What concerns that regard, I work with information. I've got people who are my informers, I have people who are whistleblowers. I deal with information. So even if I am concerned, the only thing I can do is to either speak to the National Commissioner, or where the National Commissioner is involved, I'll speak to the Deputy Minister.
No. We understand clearly that crime intelligence has got what they call community intelligence, where they use the information to tackle crime. They use information they get from community members, which is fair. This is a different discourse, General. This person comes to you as a Deputy National Commissioner, bringing in the community that will help you execute the mandate that you have. So this is different. I agree. It is important that you work with communities, get information, but this is different. A civilian comes to you, gives you information about your intelligence services. Did it not concern you that how did a civilian get hold of this kind of information as a person given a responsibility to manage and control the police service?
No, it didn't concern me.
Why?
Because when someone comes to you with information that helps your cause, you do give attention to such information. I cannot be worried about the fact that this person is giving me information that is actually saying to me, look over your back. I can't be worried about such.
So intelligence formation of the country that is lingering among community members doesn't worry
within the intelligence structure.
I'm talking about you, General, as a Deputy National Commissioner. So it does not concern you that an information that is supposed to be in the custody of intelligence services is lingering around community members. It does not confirm. Is that your evidence that you are not concerned when intelligence information is lingering around community members?
Of course, I am concerned if ever a member of the public will have information, in particular documents that belongs to intelligence. It is a cause for concern. But if it is information that relates to the security that affects me, or you're just giving me information as a whistleblower, it happens on a daily basis from many angles of the country where you get such information. People on the ground do come across information, and people do report right up to the highest office. They report, they bring information.
Okay, Chair. I think let's just note that the first General Sibiya was not concerned, and on the second, General Sibiya was concerned. What did you do with that information?
It's information that says watch over your back. And then what I did is, sometimes I approach the National Commissioner. Sometimes I did speak to General Kumar and say, I understand there is one of the senior managers who's going around here and saying, when I'm going to arrest your boss, or we intend to arrest so and so and so and so. General Sibiya's arrest is imminent, and they want the journalists to run that story. And then I have a lot of AI generated TikTok messages about me. So you find that when you Google me or when you go into TikTok, you find that there is thousands of negative messages, or they will take my message and turn it replicates into many messages.
The question, General, was that what did you do about that?
What did I do about the information? I use it to my advantage to make sure that I survive.
Okay. Are you in constant contact with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi?
Not on a daily basis,
but you are communicating.
I am communicating.
About issues relating to the police service?
No, not about issues related to the
issues in general.
In general.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's take back what Honorable Sokhanyile was asking you. Mr. Nhlanhla comes to office for the first time.
Yes.
Then you say beyond that was the account that you have told us is that he came to ask about his tender issue where he found difficulties. You were acting national commissioner there. But you continue to say you have met him for about 5 times or less.
Yeah.
And you moreover say all this fracas happens when you are about to know him more, or when you are about to know each other more. Is it a general practice in the police service that the top brass of the service has got direct contact providers to have the same relationship that you have with Mr. Nhlanhla in the SA? Yes.
What I know is that Mr. Nhlanhla is a well-known person in the service, in the police. As you can see, at some point right from the minister downward.
Let's talk about you, General.
No, I'm just saying, you ask, the honorable member asked a question whether is there a general practice in the police. Now, I'm saying it is a general practice in the police because it's a service provider, it's a stakeholder. Whether you're talking about Old Mutual, you're talking Metropolitan, you're talking about many other, they, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, they find themselves in the same space. They are known to each other. That is why they gave him a tender to operate in the college where the National Commissioner is. And there was no problem that the National Commissioner saw himself on Mr. Nhlanhla there. There was no issue because at that point in time, nobody knew about Mr. Nhlanhla's involvement in any crime. Because if they knew, and I'm the only one who's actually working with him, it would have been understood or understandable. But in this case, I also take it that even the National Commissioner or any other person there didn't know.
Do you know where Mr. Nhlanhla resides?
No.
You have never been in his homestead?
No.
Okay. That's on the right. Let's go back to the entire fracas about the dissolution of the PKTT and stuff. Do you think that political killings are still by? Do you think that in the political system of South Africa, we are daily still experiencing political killings?
Yes, but at a much lower rate
than it was before.
Than it was.
Do you think that was the impact of the PKTT?
At that point in time, yes.
No, I'm saying general. Do you think that political killings are still prevalent in our political system? You say yes, but in a much lower rate.
Yes.
Do you think that much lower rate is as a result of the work that was done by the political killings task team?
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
Do you think that it is quite warranted that such a working political killing task team be dissolved? What is your view as a deputy national commissioner now? Analyzing the situation, seeing this team that you agree under oath that is working hard. Do you think it was
personally, and looking at what the South African Police Services embarked on themselves, they embarked on a journey to dissolve the task teams and to make sure that they establish specialized units that will take care of, including, among others, political killings.
No. General, we are talking about one letter here. I hear you are bringing an overall approach over task teams. Here, what brings us here today is the letter of the 31st of December 2024. And that letter only speaks about the political killings task team. So, you are saying the political killings task team has done a tremendous job in reducing political killings in South Africa. Now, the question still is, do you think then, therefore, that it's a proper, well-calculated decision, given these circumstances, to dissolve it?
Honorable Chair, I'm saying still, they said to the House Portfolio Committee Chairperson that they have achieved the purpose for which they were established. They have stabilized all the districts except only eThekwini district. Now, we can't keep them only to attend to only one district now. I said yesterday, go to El Dorado Park, go to Westbury, go to Hanover Park, Manninberg, all those dangerous areas, Cape Flats, where people are dying every day. Let us refocus the energy and the resources and the budget to where they are needed. And we don't say political killing task team must die. We're saying we have now come up with a work study that says they must fall under murder and robbery units so that the whole country can have a benefit of the expert this type of cases. Any murder, taxi violence murder, serial murder, police killings, if it falls under murder and robbery unit, that has got a pool of excellence within it, they will be able to operate throughout the country. But you don't need to have a small group of people based in KZN to take over the whole country.
Okay.
Yeah, just to hold it there. General, when you say that we are saying that the resources that we have deployed to the PKTT must fall under, you say, murder and robbery unit. Is that what is contained in the letter that was written by the minister dissolving the PKT?
Yes. And also when you look at the work study they did, it says that they must fall under murder and robbery unit. And it is also, there's no disagreement that they belong. This is serious and violent crime that falls under component serious and violent crime. This is where they belong. So we should put structures, permanent structures, and even the CFO commented and say post-elections they must be deactivated. When you look at the elections that passed, there was zero incident. In many times, it is just because of how you deploy. But let us have, throughout the country, structures that are well established to be able to fight that.
Chair, I think let's pass, because what would have been said on the 5th of March in the portfolio committee meeting is actually an aftermath of, because the letter predates that meeting. The letter is 31st December 2024. The meeting is 5 March 20. In this resolution, you proceed with the plan and you sign the plan. General Masemola says, what keeps the status of the political killing system intact is the fact that the minister did not sign his winding down plan. You say in your statement, you have signed the plan. How many plans did you have to dissolve the trust?
How many plans?
Plan.
There was one plan that says, as per the directive that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner, is to disband and to deactivate, to communicate the deactivation to the team. That's the communication that I received from the National Commissioner.
Okay.
And both the email and a document now that is well stated or lays out the whole plan coming from the National Commissioner's office, confirmed by him in July, in the March in Parliament, and the next day on the 6th of March in a form of an action plan. So all I'm saying is that there's never been any objection in front of the minister, at least.
Okay.
And in my case, I was never written anything in writing. If the National Commissioner was of the view or of the opinion that it looked like I am not listening or I don't cooperate, the National Commissioner would have officially written to me and say, this thing I'm still attending to it with the minister, and I would like to urge you to, at this point in time, hold back your horses because until further notice, but I am engaging the minister. You wouldn't have seen even a single letter from me.
Okay, was there a meeting between yourself, General Khumalo, General Masemola, General Mkhwanazi, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, and the Minister discussing the winding down plan of the political killing system?
Unless in Parliament, but I've never sat in a meeting when the political killing system was being discussed and General Mkhwanazi was involved. But there has been meetings where there is General Masemola, Nkabinde, Khumalo.
Okay. We have evidence in our disposal that there was such a meeting where you had the other tree supporting the plan and the other tree does not. It is not supporting the plan. But let's leave it like that. So in your winding down, let's leave the Masemola winding down. Chair, it looks like we've got two winding down plans here. Political killing system does not only comprise of SAPS members, comprise DPCI, comprise NPA, comprise crime intelligence. In your plan, was there a consultation process to those that are part of the political killing system?
Let's start here. There are no two national commissioners. There's only one.
No.
I'm responding, Chair.
No. Never did I say there are two national commissioners. I'm saying evidence in the disposal of the Ad Hoc Committee now is that a statement by the national commissioner says, I developed a winding down plan of the political killings task team. And the reason why the political killings task team is still intact now is because the minister did not sign my plan. You depose your own statement immediately after General Masemula. You say you have signed the plan, the process plan to dissolve the political killings system. That's the point. So I'm submitting to the chair that we've got two plans. The one submitted by the national.
I'm still responding, Chair, that there are no two plans. There's one plan, and that plan is that of the National Commissioner. Then you don't have a Sibiya plan, you don't have a National Commissioner's plan. The plan that is supposedly supposed to be that of General Sibiya is the one that comes from the National Commissioner's office through his office managers, the one that we are relying on, and it takes care of all the issues raised, the stakeholder engagement and many other things. And I can read the topic. I just want to get to.
No, it's fine. You can leave it. I got the answer. I got the answer. Oh, yeah, done.
So there are no two plans. Okay. One plan.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's take it from them.
Honorable member, let's do it like this. General Sibiya, did you want to refer the member to, let's allow him to take it through.
I'm looking for that document with a signature in the body of the. The letter of deactivation that here is it. Maybe for the benefit of the public out there and the House at large, Chair, I'm requesting to read this letter in its entirety, because I want the record to be kept, so that I to take care that this document or the transition, it covers everything. Now it reads that. Can I proceed, Chair? This letter is just, and it is written to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. That is now after I received from the National Commissioner that says, please communicate to the team, and I forwarded to the Divisional Commissioner. Now, the National Commissioner says, I spoke to General Rabi to assist him. Now, General Rabi writes a letter that on my behalf, and this is how the letter reads. And you will also, we can read that one that was compiled by General Kumalo on instruction of the National Commission, and the House can decide which one, in fact, make more sense and more effective. But it says deactivating and disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. The South African Police Service established the National Task Team on Political Killings, NTKPP, to address the concerning rise in politically motivated murders and related crimes involving political figures. This specialized task team was dedicated to investigating, resolving, preventing such incidents to ensure justice and maintain political stability in affected areas. On the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTKPP. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. The directive requires immediate compliance with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the NTKPP in accordance with current prescripts disrupted or compromise. Now, That was our top priority, both myself and the National Commissioner, that investigations are not compromised. Monitoring and oversight. A temporary transition team must be established to oversee the disbandment process and address any arising challenges. This team must regularly report progress on the status of the disbandment to the Divisional Commissioner for Detective Service and facilitate communication between NTKPP, the Division Detective and Forensic Service, and other business units. A final audit must be conducted to ensure all cases and resources have been appropriately managed during a transition and appended to the closing report. Accountability. Effective immediately, all investigative personnel of the NTKPP PK responsible for case dockets are directly accountable to the Divisional Commissioner for Detectives and Forensic Service until they are assigned or reassigned to alternative units. This personnel will remain responsible for all investigations and resources allocated to them until a formal handover, as indicated already, that this was not saying immediate now. The same arrangement applies to crime intelligence and other personnel who will be accountable to the relevant divisional and provincial commissioners until final arrangements are communicated. Now, case handing over. Comprehensive handover protocol for all ongoing investigations must be established and implemented in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service. This protocol should include complete case files, evidence, and related documentation. Additionally, detailed records of all handover investigations must be maintained and appended to the final report. Assignment of cases. And as you can see, it's talking about the final report, which means the report is still coming at some point, but we are not yet there. Assignment of cases. All case dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigation unit within the capacity to continue the investigation. The point that I want to raise in this paragraph, it says, they must be delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner for Forensics, not to my office. The second point that I want to indicate here is that the docket will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative unit with their capacity to continue, as they indicated even in Parliament that they will take them to murder and robbery unit, and this is what is supported by the work study investigation that has been approved by the National Commissioner himself on the 6th of June 2025. Personal redeployment subs in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of deployment personnel must be maintained and apprehended to final report. To me, the subs was going to benefit from these members because wherever they go, they will re-establish the same time of approach, but the country will benefit. Equipment and vehicles redistribution. All equipment vehicles allocated to the NTKPP must be redistributed to other units within the South African Police Service in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of the redistribution resources must be maintained and appended to the final report. You can imagine how many vehicles were bought, millions of rands were bought for this PKTT, but if those cars, those resources were to be redistributed to fight the crime, be it in KZN is still fine, or to the murder and robbery unit, so that the same work can continue. Stakeholder communications. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about disbandment of the NTKPT, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. Now, here we are saying We must remember that General Mkhwanazi suggested that the NPA were not informed, but here...
General, I thought that when you made reference to that piece of evidence that was in circulation in the police services is dated 2025, March or April, and the key areas that I want to bring to the attention of the member are the following. That is why I made that intervention, so that you must not leave here saying, I wanted to bring the following information to the attention of the members, but it's like they were not interested. Because you can imagine if you read that letter from beginning to end, I don't know. What are the areas of emphasis?
That only 2 pages that is left, and they are not main. Every step was taken to make sure that these doctors are not going to suffer, and there's a clear plan on the table on how to deal with this, because the political killing task team, it cannot live forever. It should not be a permanent structure. It's a task team.
And that helps to answer the question of the member. Remember, the question is that you must demonstrate that there were no 2 plans.
Yes.
Between the police commissioner and yourself.
Actually, Chair, we passed that. We're on the part where I'm asking if DPCI, NPA, and crime intelligence were consulted. I think the party is reading that all stakeholders must be notified through writing. I think we can take it from there now.
Okay.
Okay, so I must stop.
No.
Can I finish?
He wants to hear the part of the stakeholders.
We read past it. That says they must be informed. And then, now this one is a intended to go to the project leader to say the stakeholder, internal and external, must be notified. In other words, the person who had to do it, if it was me, it was going to be like I was forcefully disbanding. But mine was to communicate to the team that had to do it, and giving them a roadmap and say, these are the key issues that we must work on.
This letter is signed by you.
It's signed by me. This is the letter that the National Commissioner said you can sign because it's operational. And then it came via a general in the National Commissioner's office to me and said, no, the NASCOM says you can sign this operational sign. Because I have got an email that comes from the National Commissioner.
But maybe before you proceed with him, because the National Commissioner, when he was here, he says, not once, but on several occasions, I out of this process, and I will handle it. And I see the letter that you are reading, because I still have another letter here written by yourself, dated April 2022, 22 April 2025. And this is the period that in his testimony, he has said to us that he have warned you in April that you must stay away from the PKTT. But then, maybe before you go back to Honorable Nhlanhla, if you can just take us through that to say the letters that the reason why I'm asking you who signed the letter, and you say it's you, and I have this other one as well of 22. It has the same topic of, the same subject of deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, and it's signed by yourself. How do you, Commissioner says, I have spoken to General Sibiya and instructed him to get out of the PKTT because from the onset he was never involved. And I also listen to you when you speak here. When they appear before the portfolio committee, you say they, and my understanding is that when you say they, you are not there yourself.
When I say they, Chair, remember at this point in time, we've got General Kumar and General Masemola, who were presenting. I was part of the whole presentation because as far as I'm concerned, we are all part of one team.
You were there in that meeting?
I was in that meeting.
Yeah, but when you say it here, you don't say we, you say they.
Because I'm sitting with both General Masemola and Kumar accusing me of disbanding, but they were the one doing present.
I mean, in the meeting of the portfolio committee.
I was there, and then the presentation we own.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's leave it there. The chair of the portfolio committee, can you just go back to your communication, your correspondences, and clarify within the context of what Honorable Nhlanhla is asking, to say it appears like there are two parallel processes here, because the commissioner says, I talked General Sibiya out of this process and even reprimanded him. It's what he told us. And for sure, this may be some of the reasons leading to your suspension, because it's what he said, that I talked him out of this process. But then it appears like you sign letters, you communicate. And he wants to know, because he says, no, listen, the minister has never signed my winding plan. And here is my deputy, is my colleague, I say, look, wait here, I will handle this. And then you are reading a letter. What is the date of the letter you are reading?
I think it's 17 January.
Yeah, and this one is 22nd April. Help the honorable member to understand. Thank you.
I'm asking Chair to, just before I get to the honorable member, just to mention two issues. The first issue being, starting from January smoothly with the National Commissioner, on the 4th of April, the National Commissioner assessing me and in all respect saying competent in everything, then his only concern that he wrote, this is the only concern that he wrote in his performance. Now it says the forensic science part of the division detective and forensic must be paid close attention and their performance to improve. Now, because this is the time where the National Commissioner was supposed to say to me, Chief, you don't listen, you don't do this, and when I say this, you do this, and I want this to improve or this. So I'm bringing this point home that says, no, the bottom line is he assesses me positively because there's no issue.
Yeah, the assessment, we recorded it, the competence and the performance index, how it has improved. You said it in a chapter and verse yesterday. I have everything on record. Go to Honorable Nhlanhla and help him to understand the context.
Honorable Nhlanhla, please take me back to my my trailing thought.
Right, we're going there.
I have to survive.
We passed the issue of the two plans, Chair. It is the evidence of the general that No, they are not two according to his knowledge. It's fine. Let's take it from there. Let's just record it as he says it. So the letter that he reads speaks about informing stakeholders internally and externally. Because, Chair, when a possibility arises for NPA, DPCI, and crime intelligence to come to this committee, we'll ask them if they know about any plan or any process to disband the political killing system. So I'm asking again to you, General, have you been able to inform those stakeholders of the directive and the plan thereof in respect of the dissolution of the directive from the Office of the National Commissioner to manage this process? We are doing this, General, so they don't come here and say, no, we don't know anything about that. So it must be on record that you have informed them that the political killing system has reached its sell-by date.
Chair, that was not my responsibility to do that, to inform the stakeholders. The stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager of the political killing task team. The instruction came that says, communicate this to the relevant team. I did that. Theirs was to start the process and to start running with the baton. Not me running letters all over, writing letters to every stakeholder, to that one and that one, going to see that one, going to meet that one. It was the responsibility of the task team, project leader, to do it.
General, you speak like someone who's operating in a peripheral environment. You are given a beyond that, you are given a responsibility to oversee and preside over a process of dissolving the political systems, didn't you? Was that responsibility not given to you?
That's correct.
Is it not your responsibility to ensure that your subordinates or your juniors do the obligations that they've been given to expedite the process?
That is why I was writing those.
But you can't say you can't go around with letters. The point here is, you are a boss that's presiding over a process.
Yes.
Now, whoever you have given that obligation of writing a letter is not important for these purposes. The question is, were the stakeholders informed of the process you presided over?
The stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager, not by myself.
Chair, can I repeat the question? I am not asking who bears the responsibility of informing the stakeholders. Imagine today, the chair gives us, all of us as members, responsibilities one by one. And when the chair is asked outside by the media that, how are you handling this and that? And he says, no, I gave that to Nhlanhla, it's not on me. The point, General, here is that you are presiding over the process now. You give responsibilities to the project manager. So it's upon your obligation to ensure that who you gave a responsibility actually does the responsibility given. Unless you are saying you are not aware whether those stakeholders were informed or not.
Chair, all I know is that to the relevant team and to prepare a close-up report. Then come a letter of the 17th that gives a roadmap that says this is what must happen. Inform the internal and stakeholders. This comes from me telling the project manager, inform the internal and external. That's the part that I could play and how far I could go And
So
that's
you're
what
not,
happened.
you're not aware whether that one you gave a responsibility to inform stakeholders did that responsibility?
I'm not aware.
Okay, let's pass that part. So in your view, what is the status of the political killing team?
Just like General Mkhwanazi said, it's running, it's up and running.
So it's not dissolved. The plan was signed.
The plan was signed.
But why was it not dissolved then?
Because General Mkhwanazi says he was not informed, therefore the team is running.
So according to General Mkhwanazi, is acting against the instructions of the top brass of the service.
Which happened.
Okay. Let's go to dockets. You say you are the custodian of all the dockets in South Africa.
Correct.
But you say there are dockets that you can be unable to account for. How does that happen?
Not that I can be unhappy to account for, that falls under me, but I'm not accounting. I'm expected to account for them, but they are not in my possession.
Okay. Where do you derive these powers of custodianship of dockets?
Can we go to the same letter that gives the powers that was approved by the National Commissioner? That says I just want the page in the country. In the bundle. Chair, I want to just legal team do know. Evidence leader.
Yes, sir. The witness is.
I want to be able to get to that page that assists me, where it says the Deputy National Commissioner is the one that was even approved by the National Commissioner, because I account for the performance of the detectives even before the Auditor General. And as a result, when we talk about the docket, when you register a case docket, falls within my space. Now the docket leading to up until prosecution is my docket as the detective. The uniform in the police station will open a case docket, and then the next person who comes to sign for the docket is a detective. Now the detective is their docket. Yes, it belongs to a station for that station, because when you ask, for an example, you say you open a case in Wheatbank, it will be Wheatbank case so-and-so, Midrand case so-and-so, Devon Central case so-and-so. But the dockets belong to those stations, but I am responsible for all the dockets because I account to the Auditor General for all the dockets. I'm saying this now in the absence of the documents I have here. I will come across it now. But all the investigations or investigative processes belong under crime detection, which I'm responsible for. Now, which means that is why I was saying to the National Commissioner, I have dockets that are in uniform, that are at ORS, and the National Commissioner said, no, those detectives must fall under you. I have dockets that are at ID or Hawks, those dockets, I must account for those dockets. So I'm the custodian of all the dockets.
Okay. I was asking.
Let's allow the member to conclude. You will come later.
I was asking, where is the power derived from? Is it derived from the employment contract? Is it derived from the policy? Is it derived from legislation? Where is this power of custodianship of all dockets? Is
from the employment contract construct and from the legislative framework of the detectives.
Okay. Where are the 21 dockets, 121 dockets?
Where are they?
Now, yes.
They are.
I'm asking from the custodian now.
They are I take it that they will be with the political killing task team project manager.
Why were they taken?
They were taken, brought by them to be taken to where they needed to be taken to, which is the specialized unit, murder and robbery unit, which is mandated to investigate political killing task team. Those political, that what they are investigating as a task team, in fact, belongs to murder and robbery unit. They are just a separate structure.
You have just confirmed with us now that the political killings task team is up and running. If that's the case, why were 121 dockets taken from the political killings task team that is up and running?
A decision was taken to disband immediately. And the political killing task team project manager did say that this political killing task team have achieved the purpose of their lives and to fight the killings of the politicians and your traditional leaders and others. Now, when you look at the map, I wish we could display the map. If it's doable, Chair, that what was presented to be able to see how they've stabilized. I don't know, Chair, evidence leader, that is it possible to put that document that shows how they have stabilized, all of them green, and then that in fact it shows 1-1, and they said only eThekwini district is the one that is problematic, but the rest, there are no political killing task team anymore. So as a result, it can be used as a benchmark, and that it will be now done in a phase-out approach. It will be taken to murder and robbery unit. This is now General Khumalo saying it will be taken to murder and robbery unit.
Okay, let's leave General Khumalo. Let's leave what General Khumalo says. The letter was what General Khumalo would have said was actually later than the 31st of December 2024. The letter says, the service of the political killings task team, and you have attested here in front of us that in your view, the political killings task team has actually been able to down spiral the rate at which political killings happened in South Africa. Now, let's pass this stage, General. Let's go to the letter. I think, Chair, I'm going to this letter. It's on page 20 of the index Coban, page 20. I wasn't happy with how the general responded yesterday, and I thought it's fine. Let me not stress. Let me come back to it today. Here, there's an issue about confiscation and a cracking of WhatsApp conversations of Vusumuzi Ket Nhlanhla. It is established there that there is a constant communication between Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi. It's not between you and them. 2, in this communication, Mr. Mkhwanazi, the one you had breakfast with, alleges that he has the message reads like this: I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. And it goes down and say the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. So this is a chronological order of the messages between the two. But in that, you considered in this meeting that you have had a breakfast with. He says, the person, your breakfast person says, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. He goes back down and talk about the dissolution of the PKTT. So this is my question. Has Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi influenced the dissolution of the PKTT, as it has been alleged by both the two witnesses that appeared before us? 2, do you have a direct relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Nhlanhla? 3, was there a meeting arranged between yourself, the minister, Mr. Mkhwanazi, Mr. Nhlanhla, on the dissolution of the PKTT?
This must be your last 3 questions.
Yeah, but 20 minutes, I'm 30, let's fine.
No. I want you to do this. Do not bombard the witness with questions. Take them one by one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
As you conclude.
That's fine. Okay, let's take one first, emanating from, and we're not saying we are responsible for that communication. We're saying there is your name dropped there, that I have arranged a meeting with Sibiya and the minister. So has there been a meeting arranged between you, the minister, Mr. Nhlanhla, and Mr. Mkhwanazi to discuss the...
Never.
Okay.
There was never such a meeting.
Okay. When did you have breakfast again with Mr. Mkhwanazi?
I think it was on the 8th of
January.
Of January.
2025.
Yeah, Chair, I may be wrong. He came for the 8th of January meeting. And I take it that it was in the morning, but normally because of we are working as the South African police, we would wake up early and be on the ground. So I don't know whether it could be before or that, but it did come, I confirm, we met.
When did SAPS raid Mr. Nhlanhla's homestead and confiscate his phone?
They say it's on the 6th
of.
It was on the 6th of December, because in one of the statements that I read, it says it was the raid of the 6th of December that led to the beginning of the disbandment of the
Okay, when did Mr. Nhlanhla get arrested? In your knowledge?
Far deep in May.
This year?
This year.
So here's the breakfast dates the arrest. And these messages to us. These messages are taken on the basis of the arrest and confiscation. So fine, let's leave it general. Let's just leave it there. So General Mkhwanazi alleges that they have scanned, they have audited the dockets to check if they are in the same shape as they were when they were taken. We say I think they found about 5 with some minor deficiencies, with some missing pages and all that. Are you aware of that?
I heard him, but I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let's go to Forte. We have got 4 members of the PKTT whom you allege that they have taken money in some point in the Eastern Cape. 10, there are 4. And one amongst them did not take money in terms of your statement. It's page 167, 176 and 177. One of them just got himself some polo neck and a coat. A new polo neck and a coat. Now, I want to take us through what is your reading of that. Do you read it as a pure act of bribery and money laundering between police and an accused person? Or do you read it as a covert operation of the police to lay in a suspected individual so that they can be able to arrest him?
And it's not even how an undercover operation works to law. It's not how it works completely. It's pure act of criminality.
Okay. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made assertions here saying sometimes covert operations, Chair.
On a point of, I'm not a point of order, just the sound. Please, General, if you could direct General to speak into the mic. Thanks.
Okay.
On a point of sound. Thank you.
Clarity.
Now, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi came and under oath made statements here that sometimes a covert operation would be them buying a Lamborghini just to infiltrate a Lamborghini club that is suspecting to be involved in criminal activities. Is that correct?
It's wrong.
It's wrong, completely wrong.
It's not an investigator, it's wrong.
Okay. Now, Chair, let's take matters to the issue of, I think a lot of issues I've covered. I'm left with just the issue of when you wrote communications.
I want you to know that you are asking the last question.
Yes, it is the last question.
Yeah.
General Kumalo is due to come and testify. But following his testimony, what was cut down in the Judicial Commission, take it when he comes here. But I want you to confirm before us what we have been communicating with him on the dissolution, because he's a project leader. Now, what has been his responses to the numerous communiques you have been sharing with him in respect of this matter? Thank you.
Basically, he ignored my emails, because remember the National Commissioner said he told him to ignore me. And as a result, which means whatever that was happening going forward, it was happening because the National Commissioner said, this is how you will do it. Now, even when the dockets were brought over to head office or wherever, starting from when the National Commissioner said, ignore that one. Whatever that happens now going forward is the National Commissioner's instruction. So coming off the dockets, General Kumalo would never have brought the dockets to head office or wherever, because he already got instruction from the National Commissioner himself that says, ignore that one. So anything and everything that flows therefrom.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile. Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe. The two of you, when you are done, we are going to break. So in case honorable members may want to see themselves in and out, you can just do that discreetly. Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe, I'm handing over to you.
Sorry, Chair.
No, before, Senior Counsel wanted to say something.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. No, it was at the time when I think he was looking for some assistance on which annexes he might want to refer to, but it seems we've passed that now. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Just a quick one before Honourable starts. Are we sharing the time, or you're gonna cap us in terms of 10 minutes of an alt, or taking is 20, or is it one time?
Your time is 40 minutes.
Okay.
It's 30 minutes for the full member, and
okay. Can you please advise us when
you must not even ask about your time because it's the discretion of the chair.
I won't fight you today, but kindly when it's 30, please tell us so that I won't be told it's here.
I have said that when you see the microphone upright, you must know that your time has petered out.
Thank you, Chair.
General Sibiya.
Chair, I want to ask a question in relation to the Honourable Member Skhosana, that because he's a complainant in my case, and this is the person I'm going to sit with at some point, stand against in court, because he's a complainant. And him using this platform now to solicit answers from me that I'm going to have to defend before court, to me, it's a very serious concern. This is the member that I feel is working with General Mkhwanazi, because the statement that was used by the General Mkhwanazi's team to go and open a case, his name is there. Now I must stand before the same member to cross-examine or to ask me questions. Now I'm raising a concern.
Yeah.
If I can be protected.
I'm going to protect, and then we may not even be seen trampling on your rights. What I would advise you to do, because I explained to you yesterday that sitting here as the committee, we do not have any power to decide on how we are composed. So to protect your rights, I will advise you to decide if you want to respond to the question or not. If a question is asked to you, you can decide if you want to respond to it or not.
And if I say I don't want to respond to his questions?
No. We allow him to ask the questions. And then if you say, I reserve my right to comment, then it's okay.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, there's a portal, Chair. Sitting in front of us is Honourable Skhosana, who was sent by Umkhonto Wesizwe. Umkhonto Wesizwe is the one that opened the case. Now, let me remind you quickly, Chair. At one stage, South Africa says Parliament did nothing when Honourable General Mkhwanazi came to Parliament on this matter. So Umkhonto Wesizwe took an initiative before. At the same time, when Honourable General Mkhwanazi spoke about this matter and opened a case, it is Umkhonto Wesizwe, not Honourable Skhosana. It can be in a case where General Sibiya will be sitting with somebody else in court, not Skhosana, sent by Umkhonto Wesizwe. So I think the clarification is pure and clear, Chair, that he must answer questions. And when you say he must not answer questions, sorry, Chair, when you say he must not answer, you can decide on which questions to answer or not. He can say from number 1 to 30, no, I don't want to answer. No, I don't want to answer. Where are we going to do that?
No, I'm not saying that he must not answer.
No, Chair, you are saying that he must decide if he wants to answer or not. So if from number 1, he says, no, I don't want to answer. No, I don't want, until number 100. What is that? Is it not the same as Uguti? You have instructed or somehow gave him an option not to answer. So I think this is separated from court. This is parliament. He must answer to parliament. Here is answering to a parliamentarian who's sent by South Africans, not a person who opened the case sent by Mkhwanazi Wesizwe. Two matters are separate here, I think. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My apologies. When the matter was raised, I was responding to a nature call. I'm actually surprised that the matter has been raised by a witness, because if my memory serves me well, the position that we took yesterday in relation to this matter is that there will be a legal advice from the office of the Speaker. But before that, a member, Andile, from the technical team, made an indication that as far as the applicable law is concerned, there is no crisis here. And that decision was communicated to the witness, Chair. I remember you conveying, and you even made a reference to the terms of reference. The witness said, it's fine, Chair, if that is a position, I will continue. But please note that I had a protest. Those were his reply. For him to come and raise the same issue here, even when it was better clarified yesterday, I think it is undesirable, Chairperson. Is the legal advice from the office of the Speaker, if still the committee members are not satisfied with a response that was given by Andile. We also even said, as the MK party, if there is a legal advice coming from the office of the Speaker, we will also consult our own senior counsel in this regard to ensure that there is a strike of balance and we are satisfied with what has been communicated to us as a legal position. So I really understand, maybe the witness has forgotten, but my memory reminds me that this is a position that we agreed upon yesterday.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me after. Okay, just a few things, Chair. I think we keep regressing on this matter, right? So we have gotten an opinion from our parliament lawyers, and not just on these matters, but when we were discussing recusal on a lot of different members. It's clear, number one, Chair, that there's no independent member of parliament in South Africa. We are political party democracy. The things that we do it on behalf of our political party. The next thing we're going to have here is that we're going to be told when Cyril Ramaphosa appears here that the EFF or the Commander-in-Chief must recuse himself because we've got a case against him in the Constitution. These members from their political parties, we as a committee take a decision, which we don't have the power to do, both within our terms of reference and within the rules of parliament, because the rules don't cover the issue of recusal, right? We political party members. Nothing stops the other member from the same party or the party of holding that position. So I can recuse myself because I've opened a case on behalf of a party. That doesn't mean that Honorable Malema, we don't have the same position, and when he comes here, he presents the same thing. The same thing, Honorable Kasana, even if he makes a decision to recuse himself, it doesn't stop his other members from asking exactly the same questions. So I think we are really wasting our time, and we just need to move. I don't even think we need to have a legal opinion about this. It's very, very clear. There's nothing in both our rules of parliament and both in this ad hoc committee that says that members or gives us as a committee or even as parliament for any members to recuse themselves unless they've gone through some ethics process or powers and privileges process. And none of us have done that. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other honorable member who wants to speak on this matter? Okay. Look, the witness yesterday, Honorable Skhosana, in the proceedings, and members are right. We explained to General Sibiya that in terms of the rules that we have, we are unable to eject any member from this committee. What we can do is just to bring that matter to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. That is what the rule and from participation in the committee. He is saying in the records that you have in the courts and the police, the complainant is Honorable Skhosana. And so, do you allow him to ask me questions? And I respond. And where I'm sitting as the chairperson, I can't prescribe how the questions must be answered. I can't force the witness to say, you are going to answer in this way. And that is why I say, if Honorable Skhosana is going to ask questions, let's allow him to ask the questions that he has and hear what the responses of the witness are. If the witness says, no comment, that is a response. It's a response. Because we must not run these proceedings in such a way that we become unfair to a member of Parliament, or we also become unfair to the witness. And if you remember, I have been emphasizing this point that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is written in the name of the citizens of this country. That's how it is written. It's in the name of the citizens. It appears before us as a committee of Parliament. He does not forfeit his status as a citizen of this country. And the honorable member as well is a citizen. I think what the honorable members from the MKP, if they feel that there may be a problem, they may decide to ask the same questions through another honorable member. But I mean, you are going to put the chair in a very difficult position if every time a question has been asked, especially that when we started the that I'm getting into these proceedings under protest. It's not something that he's raising now. So can I get indication from you, honorable members from the MKP, if you want to proceed, Honorable Skhosana, to ask, or you pass your questions to?
Thank you, Chair. It will depend on the response from the witness. If the question which I have, as you said, if you say no comment, I'm going to leave those questions. There's a lot of questions besides that, but I just want to say here, Chair, before you allocate me the minutes, I don't want us to mislead the nation and the members, honorable members, that I am talking to Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. That statement alone is misleading. I sit in the South African Police Service Portfolio Committee here. I mean, dealing with South African Police Service. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. I deal with everyone across the board, from the minister to the top management of South African Police Service, and to the ordinary member, a complainant on the ground.
Yeah.
So it can't be right to say, maybe I'm a friend, maybe no, I'm not a friend.
You are raising
I'm at work.
You are raising that part that says you opened a case because you are talking to General Mkhwanazi.
Order, Chair. Can I raise a point of order? Chair, I don't think it would be correct for you to direct a witness how to answer or what he must do. He's made the point, and I think you rather want to ask him if he wants to withdraw it. Because now it looks like you are saying to General Sibiya, withdraw that. So maybe you want to ask whether he thinks he wants to withdraw it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. General Sibiya, when you made a statement how you feel about Honorable Skosana asking you questions, you made an additional statement apart from the protest that you registered with us. You made an additional statement that goes to say he opened the case because he talks to General Mkhwanazi. Do you stand by that statement? I think it's what the honorable member is asking me to check with you.
Yeah, I stand by the statement for simple reasons. The fact that the honorable member went and opened a case, and then the next thing, the details of the case and the statement in applying for a search warrant. As far as I'm concerned, there has been communication. And I'm not doing it to disrespect the House. If ever, in one or another, it gets to a point where I'm regarded of being out of order, I really apologize and I would withdraw if that is the case. But if I'm not wrong, may I be allowed to still stand to that statement? Because remember, Chair, that there have been marches against me as well from the MK party. And it's the same MK party that opens a case against me. And the MK party, it was, and now again, the MK party opened a case against me. And now I'm standing before an honorable member and who's now must ask questions from me, and these are the questions of which the honorable member statement or what he was mentioned in the papers that conducted the search and seizure at my house. So to me, Chair, is deeply involved in this whole thing that is going on, unfair thing that is going on against me. So I feel that here I'm standing in front of.
I think the part that Honorable Sangoni wanted to hear is not the motivation for why you think it will be unfair for him to ask you questions. Is whether you stand by the part that says he talks to General Mkhwanazi.
I stand by that, Chair.
Okay. Do you want to continue, Honorable Skosana?
Oh yes, I want to continue, Chair.
Before you continue, let me hear Honorable Sols.
Chair, this very thing that's happening now is what that concept wanted to avoid. That if someone is in conflict, because now we are discussing a case that's not part of this process, but it was exactly to avoid that. But my question of clarity on a matter of procedure, I asked it yesterday, but it wasn't responded to. the legal opinion on the matter. So I just want to have a clear understanding. The advice was, or it sounded like it was, that honorable members on the committee is not required to be impartial. So just for procedure, not specifically for this matter, but in general, are we not required to be impartial? Thank you.
Okay. Look, we must move forward. Don't ask the chair the questions that he does not have answers. Let me tell you, honorable members.
Chair, can I just say, sorry?
Yeah.
I'm not asking you specifically.
Yeah. Say that any matter which we may pick up must be brought to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. And sitting like this as a committee of Parliament, I have said that we don't have any authority, neither of us. I can't instruct Honorable Skosana out of this meeting. Neither can I instruct any other member of the committee. I don't have those powers. It will be arbitrary if we want to try and do. We find ourselves in a situation like this, a situation which we do not know how to extricate ourselves unless the Speaker gives a directive. And remember, as a chair of the committee, I can't write to the Speaker of Parliament without your consent. That's why there is a need for a committee meeting first and say, we now write to the Speaker of Parliament, we tell her that this is what is happening. General Sibiya was here before us. He registered a protest in the proceedings as the Speaker of Parliament because the rules say we must report the matter to you. We reported the matter to you, and then we will wait to hear from you how. Let's allow the honorable members to ask questions to General Sibiya. May I finish? Honorable Sols. Yeah, your hand can go down. I'm going to allow you a chance to speak. We allow the honorable members to ask General Sibiya questions, and General Sibiya will respond. Yeah. And if you are not happy with any response that he gives, you can raise your hand and say, but is there anything that further that you may want to say, General Sibiya? And then he will tell you, yes, I have more that I can say, or I have nothing more to say. Honorable Sols.
Yes, Chair. I'm asking on a matter of procedure for how we're going to move forward, because the honorable member from the MKP based his response on the advice given by the parliamentary legal advisor. And that advice was that we are not required to be impartial. So apart from this here, I want to know procedurally as we go forward, is it true or correct that we are not expected to be impartial for procedure? Then
it's not for me to rule on that matter. The Speaker of Parliament, the office of the Speaker of Parliament.
You should say.
I want to plead with honorable members that the situation that we face is our situation. It's not the situation of the chairperson of the committee. The rules of this House say, take all these matters and elevate them to the office of the Speaker. And in terms of reference, honorable members are saying that you are the ones who take decisions on any matter. So the chair will wait for that moment when you have taken a decision as an ad hoc committee that a letter has to be written to the Speaker to inform her office about these developments. And so for now, I'm going to request that we proceed. I'm requesting you, honorable members, that we proceed.
So for clarity, Chair, that means for now, we should not base any of our actions on that advice until we hear from the Speaker. Is that what we're saying? We are ignoring the advice.
The committee must hear what the Speaker of Parliament is saying. Your rules say bring the matter to the attention of Honorable Sangweni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And please, my intention is not to derail the proceedings, but I just wanted to say that in terms of the legal advice, well, the legal advice, yes, that we had received yesterday, as well as the legal opinion that we had asked for tomorrow. Personally, I mean, this is not a party position, but personally, I had been convinced by the arguments of Umkhonto weSizwe Party. For example, I don't believe that impartiality is a precondition for rationality and so forth. But the point that I was trying to go to, Chair, is can we request that when we get the legal opinion, the written legal opinion tomorrow, the matter that now arises in this meeting, which we didn't have before, where the witness himself says that he feels prejudice. Do we have any precedent of such a matter in Parliament, and how has it been handled? I'm worried that this testimony may get a bit difficult because now General Sibiya is going to cast aspersions on the member and so forth and so forth. So where we have a situation where a person or a witness appearing before Parliament has said, I do not want to be engaged by this person, I feel my rights are prejudiced, how do we handle it? I'm not disagreeing with what the Chair is saying. Let's proceed if General Sibiya has agreed that we proceed, but I do want a reflection in the legal opinion on what his rights are. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
Make a kind plea to you as the chairperson of the meeting. As the MK party, we request to be protected in this meeting. The witness has made serious allegations against the MK party. We made it on record that it's the MK party that opened the case against General Sibiya. It's impossible for 58 members to go to a police station and open one docket and be complainants, all of them. Skosana was delegated by the MK party. Now, General Sibiya, in his attempts to subvert the MK party, says the case was opened because Skosana is in communication with Lt Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Chair, we're not taking that lightly because the case, I think I said it 10 times yesterday, that the case was never opened by Skosana. Skosana was a messenger. Now, as the MK party were being insulted here, that the reason why we opened that case is because of a relationship with Skosana, and that doesn't mean that we're in support of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We believe that the allegations that he made need to be investigated by a police officer, and it ends there. For him to come and cast aspersions here, Chair, and you are not protecting us, really is uncalled for. He must not do that in future. You have a responsibility to protect both us as members and the witness, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I just wanted to register that.
And remember, I have exercised that responsibility. I called the general to withdraw that statement. And your fellow member from the African National Congress said, may I check with the general if you remember, honorable members, that I called on the general to withdraw. And a fellow member of this committee said, no, check with him if he stands by that statement. And he says, look, I'm not withdrawing. You say you're not withdrawing. That is your view. to this. Let's proceed. Let's ask General Sibiya questions and hear what his responses are.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to say this is not personal. This is not personal. I haven't instructed any policeman to go and confiscate your gadgets of General Sibiya or any other thing. Once you open a case, it ends there. I don't know. I'm not an investigator. I'm not a policeman. I don't know what happened. Whatever happened, I guess they were doing their work like us here. And we cannot afford to say that the witness, because it will be a contempt of court if the witness choose not to account to Parliament. But I'll start by saying to the Deputy Commissioner, General Sibiya. General, last night you said that there was no reluctance on the road to take in terms of the disbanding of the PKTT during the Portfolio Committee meeting, which we had here, if you remember, because we have meetings with you. And now, can you confirm if the presentation by Lieutenant General Khumalo on that day, which you said it was endorsed by the National Commissioner, as presented in Parliament on the 5th of March, recommended a phase or an immediate disbandment of the PKTT?
It recommended a phase-out approach.
Now, the issue of immediate, which yesterday was an issue, why then immediate was immediate?
As I explained yesterday, Chair, that when we say immediate, we were saying the process must start immediately. And when we say the process must start immediately, it means from today, started the process of disbanding. From now, you can start immediately. And this, even as you can see, is consistent with what is said in that statement, in that document of the 17th of January, to say stakeholder must be engaged, internal and external must be engaged, this must happen. And now it gave a roadmap of what was supposed to happen, which means everything was going to happen according to the roadmap. Up until the next morning on the 6th, and said, in winding down, this is what we are going to do.
Clarity on this will help to confirm the National Commissioner position, because in your statement, it appears to indicate that the National Commissioner did not express any reservation regarding the decision to disband the PKTT. It suggests that he took part in several meetings related to the process, and at no point did he or he voice any objection or concern about how the disbandment would be handled. Do you agree with that?
Don't. Because, honorable members, you will remember that even at the Nhlanhla Commission, the National Commissioner admitted that no, he did not object. And they asked him whether, can you carry out any unlawful instructions? He said it was career limiting. So the bottom line is that they never, at no stage, the National Commissioner ever objected openly so. In my case, with all the documents, from my corner, everything that I was implementing, the documents that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner were saying, do it this way. And then whatever that he says come from him, it's not in writing in any way, to me, directed to me at least.
Unfortunately, I said in this committee that we are not a subcommittee of Nhlanhla Commission, so I don't follow it. For me, we are fresh. You know, all the questions which I'm undermining anyone, but I just want to put it here. General, according to you then, I'm quoting in verbatim, the presentation from the particular meeting, our meeting on the 5th of March? What was mentioned from the PKTT to that component which you spoke about of serious and violent crime within the division, detective, and forensic services? The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those who are under investigation and those that are in court. The word transition appears twice in the presentation, and words have been meaning general. In your view, is it possible that something is in transition?
From this team, PKTT, to murder and robbery unit. This is transition from that to this. And it will take form in a phase-out approach, meaning that the phase-out approach says the first phase will be to deliver the case dockets to the murder and robbery unit, which is the phase they started, they carried out.
Now, was it not only yourself and the chief of staff who were in favor of that?
No.
It's crucial, General, to separate NASCOM acceptance of disbanding the PKT from his views or the method which you thought was correct. He may have agreed to disband, am I right? Possibly under pressure, as this was an instruction from the minister. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Now, yesterday you said to us here that you are an accounting officer in inverted commas.
Never said that.
No. I will remind you, General. One, you said that General Mkhwanazi undermined you as his senior, am I right?
Yes.
Are you aware that as you said yourself, let me just in the South African Police Service, nationally, is NASCOM. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware that he originated those powers from the statute? You cannot have that power at all. You only have delegated powers. Now, the provincial commissioner, Mkhwanazi or anyone else, Patekile, they originate their power like the national commissioner at provincial level. Do you agree?
Yes.
So why are you saying Mkhwanazi undermines you?
Like I'm saying, Honorable Chair, I think yesterday I did read out my delegation and then my functions, duties and functions as the Deputy National Commissioner and the legal framework that actually suggests what are my responsibilities. The National Commissioner, even in his own words, said there's no gap, there's no any other member between me and him. It's him, ourselves as the Deputy National Commissioners, then the divisional commissioners and provincial commissioners under us. So in other words, I'm a Deputy National Commissioner, I'm accountable to the National Commissioner, but the provincial commissioners and any other, they are below the Deputy National Commissioners.
Let me repeat again. So are you saying it's correct for you to say you can come to Mpumalanga? You are senior when you come to Mpumalanga, asking you as a deputy commissioner, that the provincial commissioner, his powers comes from the state. He's an accounting officer at provincial level. Do you agree on that?
I do.
Now, when you come to the province, are you usurping, are you usurping his powers when you come to the province?
Not at all.
Yeah, hence I'm asking you, why are you saying Mkhwanazi undermines you?
He undermines me because, I mean, we are both well-trained members from the college, from being a constable. You get trained as to the rank level structures. And you know which one is junior, which one is more senior to the other. And that is the case, that will never change.
We'll come back to that because fortunately I worked before the Judge General. If the PKTT was effective in stabilizing political killings, then why it was necessary to disband it immediately without consulting Masemula and Mkhwanazi?
I think that's a question that you can pose, that can be posed to the minister.
What is your view as the Deputy Commissioner?
My view is that I received an instruction to disband from the National Commissioner to communicate the letter of the minister to the team.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out on that regard. You said Brigadier Litoke, if I remember. Litoko, yes. I gave you a letter.
Send a letter.
That letter was signed by who?
It's an email, doesn't need to be signed.
Now, in your office, you have staff in your office, am I right?
Correct.
If your staff is giving one of your divisional co-commissioner or one of the deputy, General Musikili, does your staff have those powers to send and instruct anyone?
100%.
They do have that.
They do.
Now you just said to yourself that there's hierarchy. By nature, police is paralegal, am I right?
Correct.
Now, can a brigadier instruct a general, major general or a lieutenant general?
From that office, a letter and communication that come from the higher office is an instruction of that higher office.
Now, if the NASCOM says to you, I've never given that brigadier that instruction, what would be your response? Have you verified that letter that it was coming direct from the commissioner?
Remember, the NASCOM already indicated that he told them to write letters to the commissioner, and it's confirmed.
Let me give you a reference, if you remember. On the PEE matters, there's an issue which is in court because some directives were given verbally. So do you agree that if somebody sends a letter which is not signed by the accounting officer, is legit?
I don't know the facts in that PPE matter, but what I have and what I know and the working system and the standard practice is that the National Commissioner, even myself, I'll come and tell the staff officer or the PA and say, I want you to write a letter to General Khumalo. The National Commissioner want to have feedback in relation to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please send that letter. They are well trained and they know what to write. And they will write the letter and they will send it to me, or they'll bring it and say, are you happy with this? Then after I said yes, they will send. So in this case, even all the correspondences, you can check all the correspondence that come from General Brigadier Letoko and General Sibola. They represent the National Commissioner, and this is the standard practice in the police.
General, you've been in the police force for almost 3 decades.
Correct.
What?
Section
5 of the Police Act.
I need to read it verbatim because I don't know.
No, in verbatim, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I need to see it because I don't want to quote something wrong. Section 5. What does it remind me? I will then take it from there.
Let me say this to you. You cannot take any directive from a lower level. You can't take an instruction from a brigadier or from a sergeant as a matter of fact. As you said yourself now, that you are senior. But we are saying to us that a brigadier, in fact, even a colonel can give you instructions and say, NASCOM has said that has to happen. For instance, if a brigadier says to you, NASCOM say you must disband crime intelligence today. Are you going to verify that, or are you going to take that instruction?
No, like once a letter of this nature comes from the Chief of Staff of the nation, if a letter comes from Major General Sibiya of the National Commissioner's Office, it is an instruction. And if you are not clear about it, or the instruction is somehow illegal or contradictory or concerning, it is my duty now to go and verify with the National Commissioner, because, or I will tell the National Commissioner that, NASCOM, I received this document, but do you know the consequences of this, or are you sure this is what you want us to really communicate? Because I know of 1, 2, 3, 4, and this may result into 1, 2, 3, 4. He will say, oh, I think maybe let's put it this way. It's when you think there is a situation.
So according to you, you don't have to sign a letter, even if it's a matter of national importance, as long as it comes from that office.
If it's lawful, you can.
Thank you. Now, once you were with the municipality, the competency of the vetting, where does that fall to?
It falls with the SSA.
Why when you were the head, you said that this, you were cleared by the municipality security head, the vetting?
Just
in the city of Johannesburg.
Honorable Member, you asked me a question and said the security competency, where does it fall? And I said SSA.
Yes.
And you're asking a question that I think is unrelated a little bit to that what you just asked. I want to understand that question.
You know why I'm asking. When you were at the city of Johannesburg, who vetted you?
SSA.
SSA. So the municipality did not vet you.
The municipality don't have a vetting system in place. I introduced a system whereby all the senior managers of the city.
Now, let's come to this, General. Intelligence-driven operations and serious targets are kept safe and no need to write the diaries every day, am I right?
There's nothing like that.
Tell us, how does it work?
When you work and you open a docket, it's your job to update your SAP 5, your everything that you do, you write in your pocketbook or in your diary and you update the docket.
Intelligence inquiries dockets are registered to run. The main dockets can be updated only when new information emerges from inquiries or during arrest, am I right?
Repeat that, sir.
Dockets can be updated only when there's new information emerging from inquiries.
No.
No, it should not happen like that.
No. Every day, every now and then, you in your docket, you will write a brought forward date. In other words, every 14 days, you must give feedback to the complainant, but no docket should lie around for more than 3 years. Every 14 days, a docket must receive attention. If you have many.
Now, on the 121 or 118, whatever the number is, you distance yourself from dockets, am I right?
Yes.
You never gave any instruction for those dockets to come to your office or to the office of General Kumalo.
I wrote a letter that says they must be taken to where they belong.
Where do they belong?
Murder and robbery unit.
So it was wrong for those dockets to agree for those dockets to be removed?
No, it was not wrong.
So they did the right thing by removing those dockets and bring them to the office where you said you don't have a safe, you don't have anything. Those dockets gathered dust and you are not part of it at all.
Remember, the instruction was to have them withdrawn there where they were, to be taken to the relevant office, which is the murder and robbery unit. In other words, from a task team that has been directed to disband to the murder and robbery unit, as even presented by the same team in Parliament and in the very next day in terms of their action plan.
But you said that the task team is not disbanded, am I right? It's still ongoing, it's still going on.
Yes.
Now, why are you saying they were supposed to be taken to another unit?
They were, because remember the whole agreement was that they must disband, but I mean, if they stubbornly refuse to disband, there's nothing one can do.
Is it the responsibility of General Khumalo to keep those targets?
He was the project manager.
Now, you said in your own word that he doesn't have the experience, he doesn't have the knowledge. Are you contradicting what National Commission has told honorable members and the nation?
If General Khumalo can put an investigation of crime certificate in front of this committee, I will withdraw my words. But if he doesn't have one, it's not an investigator.
Yeah, but my question is, are you contradicting the National Commissioner when he was praising General Khumalo? You are saying the National Commissioner is wrong.
Well, the National Commissioner believes so much in General Khumalo, and what the National Commissioner said is what he said, what I'm not saying.
Yeah, but remember, you are the top, you don't agree with the National Commissioner in the respect of the competency of General Khumalo. We are questioning his credentials.
No, I say he does not have investigation. And I also said he has done a good job. I've never said he didn't do a good job. But the bottom line is, I'm saying he does not have investigation as training.
General, yesterday, you stated many issues here with us when the evidence leader was questioning you. Page 9, paragraph 28 of your core bundle, that when Masemula, as an accounting officer of South African Police Service, asked the Minister Mkhunu to provide reason for his decision to disband PKTT, on the 6th of March, he failed to provide reasons for his decision. In your opinion, do you think it is acceptable for a leader to take such a crucial decision in absence of any stated justification?
Chair, I want to understand where you are coming from. I understand the question. I'm trying to make sense out of how you're putting it, or to connect it. So please repeat the question for me.
In page 9 of your bundle,
yes,
paragraph 28.
Page
28.
Page 28. I'm at page 28, paragraph.
No, page 9. Page 20. I'm in paragraph 28. Page 9, paragraph 28. There's many bundles anyway, so there's many documents, but on your own bundle.
Paragraph 9, page 9 of my bundle. It doesn't have page 28.
I'm not saying page 28. I'm saying paragraph 28.
Doesn't have in paragraph, in page 9. It doesn't have, let me see. Let me go.
Look at 12 and then check on 2028. So the question, let me rephrase it for you to make things easier. General, you stated on that paragraph 28, on your core panel, when Masemula, as an accounting officer, asked Mkhunu to provide reason for his decision to disband PKTT. On the 6th of March, he failed to provide reasons for his decision. In your opinion, I'm just saying in your opinion, let me finish. In your opinion, do you think it is acceptable for a leader to take such a crucial decision in the absence of any justification?
Chair, just a second, Chair. The honorable member is referring me to page 12.
Yes.
Paragraph 28.
Yes.
Can I read it?
No,
because when I look at it, it's not what the honorable member is talking about.
Yeah, the evidence leader will help us on that. But why is he doing that? We'll come back to that. Do you think that Minister Mkhunu justification that the task team was established because of it to disband it as a matter of justification to disband the task team?
I would like to leave that response to the National Commission, to the Minister.
To the Minister. Does this not create a dangerous precedent, allowing the executive to informally or casually make a withdrawal decision in the absence of justification, in your view?
That question I would like to leave to the Minister.
Okay. During your teenager as acting national commissioner, you stated in your witness statement that Ms. Vusimuzi Matlala visited you to complain about a tender awarded to him. And you indicated that you will discuss the matter with the national commissioner upon his return. Why did you deem it necessary to wait for the national commissioner's return before addressing the matter?
Because it was beyond me.
This time it was beyond you.
Yes.
But remember, on that issue of disbandment, you said, as I said to you earlier, you took a letter from Brigadier. You took that instruction, am I right?
Correct.
Without verification, am I right?
Correct.
Now, on this one, why you wanted the National Commissioner to give you an approval? Because you were acting National Commissioner.
These are two separate things.
And I know that, but what I'm saying, why do you have on Vusimuzi Matlala in particular, but on the matter of national interest, the matter of disbanding, you did not do that?
These are two separate things, completely altogether. The National Commissioner's Office and the communication within the police, this is how it works. Vusimuzi Matlala is not a police official, it's not the top structure of the police. She doesn't have a staff officer that I must listen to. Now, in other words, if you are a minister in the South African Police Service or any minister for any department, you have staff that reports to your office. And that staff, including your PA, is entitled or is empowered or is delegated to write letters on your behalf. And those letters are deemed to be coming from you.
Now, I'm going to sit on that. You chose to act on a directive given by Brigadier Litoko without the consultation we know. Do you think that was appropriate to do? I'm still asking again. I want you, because you're under oath, to say yes.
Very much appropriate, and this is the standard practice. This is how everybody works in the department, and this is the order of the day. And even the National Commissioner confirmed himself that he did give that instruction to Brigadier Litoko to write that me.
So you say it's a standard practice in your office for decision of a considerable importance to be taken or communicated by junior staff members?
In the organization.
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying that to us?
It is.
Specifically, it's appropriate for such communication as demonstrated on SB3 of an annexure which your witness statement to be signed off by a junior staff in your office without your own signature. That's how you run the affairs in your office.
Yes.
Leadership failure or disconnecting incinerating officials, in my view. But I will paraphrase for you, General. It seems that there's a lot of matters where you are in this submission before this committee yesterday. I want to ask you, on the 6th of July in his media briefing, Mkhwanazi said there are criminal syndicates that have infiltrated law enforcement. Do you agree with him? If you do, please tell us why. And if you don't, please tell us why.
I will never deny that there are criminal syndicates that have infiltrated the police or criminal justice system. It happens on a daily basis in all the provinces, including in KZN, where he is. You do have those people that are connected to the police, that are connected to the prosecutors, that are connected to lawyers, and sometimes they may not be criminals per se, but at the ultimate end, you find that they're involved in criminal activity. But this thing is not unique to Gauteng.
Officials within SAPS hold conflicting views on the state of law enforcement in this country, and that disconnect and undermines cohesion, public confidence, and the integrity of our law enforcement.
Agreed.
Do you agree?
Yes.
General, let me come to the issue as well, which you are being accused of for many years. When Senzo Meyiwa was killed, did you went to the scene?
I'm actually happy that I'm being asked on the issue of Senzo Meyiwa, and it's an issue that I wish I could spend time on it to clarify, so that finally South Africans can get to hear the truth. And allow me, Chair, to deal with this Senzo Meyiwa issue. When Senzo Meyiwa, after Senzo Meyiwa was killed, I was the head of the Hawks in Gauteng. I was at home in Pretoria. I got a call from the acting provincial commissioner, who was General Musikiri at that time. I was at home at night. I didn't even know about the shooting. And it was around about 11 at night. And remember, Senzo was killed after 7:30, round about 7:30, early evening. And what I had to do as the head of serious crime has been committed, we move, we go there. And what happened there is that as we moved, all of us, we got there, I ran straight to hospital. And simply because of the fact Senzo Meyiwa is a national key point. It's a national asset. It's not ordinary member where someone can say someone has been gunned out, then as the head of the house, I'll also go there. But because it was a national goalkeeper, we all had to react, and we went. Even General Musikiri, who was the acting provincial commissioner, we all went and we met at the police station, at the hospital. When I got to the hospital, it was packed, even in the passage, even in the ward where he was into the ward. I saw him lying inside there, but from outside the ward. And then I realized that it won't work. I then said to General Musikiri, I will go to the house where now the investigation must start, because now the investigation process had to start. Now, for the investigation process to start, we then had to go to the scene of crime. When we get to the house where it happened, it was packed. Outside the yard, inside the yard, there was up and down movement in the house. I'm well trained when it comes to investigations. I'm 37 years doing what I'm doing. The very first thing is to take charge of the scene of crime. Mine was to give instructions and say, please secure the scene, preserve the scene. This is a scene of crime. Now the team had to make sure that they remove everybody on site to outside the yard so that it can be cordoned. The scene of crime can be cordoned. Remember, it happened almost after 7:30, and the scene was already processed by the officials. They processed, it was processed, cleaned. The experts have done their work. Now, when I arrived there, I also found MEC Sizakele Nkosi Malobane and other generals were there. Now, ours, we come here as a fact-finding team. We come in here, we knock, we sit down in the sitting room. It's clean, there's no blood, there's no spotty that you can see, or everything is in place. And then we sit, we listen, we ask questions, what happened? This one explained, this one explained, this one explained, this one explained. This is the normal course of attending to crime scene. The MEC was there also, we were all listening. And then from there, General Musigiri and them came, arrived from hospital to join us. There were other generals, including General Musigiri. We all listened. And thereafter, it was a question of, General, are you taking it or am I taking it? As the Hawks, do I take the matter to run with or are you taking it? Then she said to me, the National Commissioner was Ria Pierre, Maria Pierre then said or suggested that this matter must be investigated by a team of experienced investigators. Now that already took us out of the way. Now we stood by when they made a press conference, a press briefing at that time that says there will be a team appointed to investigate and will run with this matter. We were standing by, no longer involved in the case. That is why even today, when this matter has been testified, I haven't submitted a statement. I haven't submitted because I was not involved. I've seen messages that says I took $1 million and I did it, I shifted the firearm order. No. At what point would I have done that? So I just wanted to say to South Africans, I am not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa case. I've never done anything wrong. And there have been many teams, more than 10 different teams that were set to investigate this thing. I have done nothing that can actually cause the matter to be not to be successful.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give one because there's a warning already there, a red light before my colleagues takes over. The last one from me and investigation, because you said you are like a specialist, an expert when it comes to investigation. Because I don't want to eat time for my colleague. Can you confirm yes or no on the matter that that scene was not contaminated by your presence?
Not at all. It was never communicated by my presence. When I arrived, it was a done deal already. It was cleared. It was I mean, when you arrive and already it's trampled upon by many people, I was very late when we came there myself.
So were you the first person who arrived at the scene?
Not at all. I came after 12 there, when in fact this thing had happened after 7:30. So logically speaking, how can I be the first person to arrive past 12 when this thing happened at 12:30?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Ndaba, 7 minutes.
Sawubona.
Sawubona. Hey, makumele umuntu akhulume nawe ngathi udla intelezi, amehla vele angaboni indaba. Manje bengifuna ukubuza enye clarity seeking question. So bengisaba ukuthi uchair uzodla isikhathi sami ubuya ngishaya uchair yabona. Can you kindly assist me with ubundle le page 234 SB19? Just the first blocks ungifundisa ukuyifunda lapha ya mhlawumbe ungifundele. Ngibuza nje ngoba ngifuna ukufunda indlela ukuyifunda akwangishaya ngesikhathi ngisho timekeeper.
Asambe che.
Yeah. It is station heading, ne?
Yeah.
It is CAS, which is case.
Two double murder, yes.
It description there. It is alleged that the ANC member had a meeting at Ghost Town while driving near Green Water Tank. He was shot 2 times on the head and the neck and succumbed injuries on the scene. Bese ETIO is that the investigating officer.
Yebo, Chair.
Now in Hlula outstanding, it analyzed section 205 to place. Can I read the name, Chair? Okay. Analyze section 205 and to place Tembelani Dlamini on the crime scene. Bese lapha it try to identify the suspect standing or what please clarify this for me.
This is the investigation that needed to be conducted, that is outstanding. And by so saying, Chair, may I be sensitive to the fact that it's very much important. And that is why, Chair, is very dangerous to mention the name, because this Lt Zigalala does not necessarily mean that it is the current minister or deputy minister. So it's very dangerous to rely on the name that you find here. There are many names that you find that they are equal and they are senior. I mean, they are similar to the name of some of our leaders. And in the meantime, now we begin to target the leader on something that it is not him, it is someone else. So may I request, Chair, that this document be really in the highest sensitivity it deserves, Chair.
You can continue. The documents have been made available to yourselves, and they are on record. But what the witness is requesting is that you may not read the names because they may be misinterpreted.
Now, as I was asking for clarity, Chair, I was saying, does it mean when you say analyze section 205, does it mean the placing of that suspect or there's this name Yokala on this crime scene? And does it also mean try to identify the suspect as that suspect? Does it mean exactly that, or it means something else?
When you read the docket, which is the double murder, hiding double murder, that was registered in 2016 on the 20th of 12. And it gives you the description of the case that this is what is being alleged, and he was shot 2 times on the head and neck and succumbed to injuries on the scene. Now, here's the investigating officer. Now, here my main intention was to point out that the last day of investigation of this matter, the last handwriting in the docket was on the 24th of March 2023. This is the last time this team looked at this docket. So in other words, for almost since 2003, this docket was never looked at. 2 years. It was not open. It's somewhere sitting gathering dust. Now, the rest, the information that is outstanding in this docket was to analyze the 205s and to place the this person on the crime scene. In other words, it's when you apply for the communications from the cell phone providers, the car trackers and everything, and then you analyze that so that you can see that it gives you whether this person was there or not.
No, thank you. So this Sihle Zikalala that is here, was he arrested 2 years ago?
I thought, Chair, we agreed that the names are not
No,
going
you said it's
be-
not the minister, just this one.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's why I say I'm not sure whether he's a minister or
We
not.
may pass. Do you agree with the Gliotti made South Africans ukuthi bangawathemba amaphoyisa? And if you do agree, what do you think, or what should South Africans think, or what should they make of your relationship, if you have, between Brown Mokgotsi, who has relations with Ket Nhlanhla?
Well, what I don't know is whether they are criminals or no. Ket Nhlanhla, I do know now that he's been arrested, but at that time, no one knew whether he was. That's why even the police awarded him a tender, because they didn't know apparently that he was involved in crime. Even myself, I didn't know if he was in that criminal. So, since one became aware that the man has been arrested, we cannot now further we didn't know.
So when
I didn't know him up until he came for the first time to the office.
Okay. Asidlule izolo ubufuna idocument yaka public protector, which you say it's the one that clears your name, correct? Do you agree with that document, that letter?
Yes.
Okay. Which one is it? Because there's a letter written 18 December. And there's a letter written 8 May 2022. Which letter are you referring to?
Can I assist that legal with my protector report? Chair, isn't it that when I come now, I don't know which questions to expect, and as a result, the documents I have, but I couldn't bring everything here. So some of the documents, you may find that I don't have them immediately, but before I leave here, I have them. There should be one here.
I think into ishizolo leyo uyibheka kanjalo le letter wangayiveza moqeda.
Legal team do we have? Safe to say that the public protector mentioned there that was employed by the city of Joburg and everything was procedural and legitimate, and as a result, there was no issue about my appointment.
I think it's ngaxoxa ngayo ngoba uyayazi indlela yokukhuluma ngayo mphathi wami. Now that letter, before I ask you a question on that letter, in the SAPS, when one is subjected for vetting, and should that person fail vetting, do you continue to employ that person?
Is the discretion of the commander or the head to say these skills we need. However, this person did not make it through the vetting department, through vetting, but also depending on the sensitivity of the post that you hold. For an example, there are many members who don't have security clearance. Similar case that then Provincial Commissioner doesn't have. Provincial Commissioner Western Cape doesn't have, but yet they deal with sensitive information.
Because the letter le advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwanazi, who was then the former public protector, states that at the stage when he was investigating your case and he wrote the letter you are talking about, that clarifies you. He did not have the evidence ephelele. The city of Johannesburg concealed the evidence. Therefore, she came to those findings written by Ubrink, speaking about you not passing a competency assessment report. Did you do a competency assessment and did you pass it or you didn't pass it?
I'm not surprised, Honorable, that it is that letter that come from Advocate Busiswe Mkhwanazi, but Advocate Busiswe Mkhwanazi was given all the information that she needed when she investigated, because remember, her team came, not herself. The whole team was sent to investigate, and she conducted an investigation, and she wrote a report. Now, after she was approached again by Mesuli Mlandu, after having been cleared in this report, she wanted to start again, and then we wrote to her and said, but advocate, you cannot review your own report. Then she wrote to the Hawks to investigate. And in the Hawks, I was cleared because the DPP refused to prosecute and said, but there's nothing here. And as a result, there was nothing. But I'm sitting with the report from the public protector that says, and it is important that we find it because it clears me. Now, as to the competency report, assessment, remember that when you get to the competency assessment, it's a right or wrong answer. This is just to look at your character and whether you are a strong person and which character you are. You don't really even need to spend time on this thing because there's no way you will get this thing right to say you are right or wrong. So I wrote what I wrote, and the result came the way they came and said, you can be suitable here and not here. That is what happened.
Why pass and why fail?
Well, I don't, it doesn't say you failed it like it's a, it's like whether you passed, what do you call it? Let me say it was not positive.
Why pass and why fail?
Okay, let me say I fail.
Okay. 2016 November, you were appointed as a unit head, right?
Yes.
But 2017 July, your job title changes to a HOD.
Yes.
It was converted according to the document of the public protector to an HOD. Did you convert that yourself as it is alleged that you appointed yourself to an HOD?
There's no way you can appoint yourself in a city. In a city is well regulated, established by myself. It did not exist. There was GIRAS, which was an internal audit, but I had to start a group function that will take care of the city's properties. And that thing went through the council. They will say the items that were presented before council and council approved.
Okay.
And Chair, there's no way I could be the head of the DPCI and someone like Mesuli Mlandu want to come and tell me that I cannot be the head of a small group forensics within the city. And this was based on the fact that already there were some differences between myself and Mesuli. I do have correspondence here that he wrote himself to, firstly, he wrote a report regarding suspected, wrote to former the late Jeff Makubu, may his soul rest in peace. Where in this one, that was written on the 20th of September 2019, he says reference is made to my report regarding the above matter, which was received by Mayor's office on 16 September 2019. A meeting with you, Chief Operation Officer, Executive Mayor and MMC Finance, held on 18 September to discuss same. Noting that this meeting confirmed that the officials of GVS traveled to Eastern Cape and purport to be conducting a security vetting with my previous employer, which never materialized. Further noting that the meeting also requested that I should allow that this matter be dealt through internal processes instead of reporting same to the South African Police Intelligence Structures. Request which I acceded to without difficulty. Kindly be advised that me and my family must also satisfy ourselves of the nature and extent risk we are exposed to from the confirmed clandestine and rogue activities of the officials of GVS. This is important in regard is heard that the said officials acted with impunity, disregard the political and administrative authorities of the city, and abused the resources just to execute an unlawful criminal project of hitting my person, career, and reputation. Further noting that I bear the responsibility to assess such risk of my person, career, and reputation, and such is urgent that I should mitigate and protect myself and my family from the potential adverse consequences of the clandestine, illegal, and rogue activities. Also noting that covert operations are generally life-threatening, your office is requested to cause these officials to write Son's affidavit and detail the following. The person who authorizes their clandestine, illegal, rogue activities, the involvement of logistical planning, including their travel arrangement, as well as any other officials, the place these officials visited, people they met, and the role, the information that they have gathered, and source of such information, and how such information has been used. Further noting the agency to mitigate any immediate risk to me and family in Gauteng and Eastern Cape kindly request. So this is the letter that he wrote when he heard that we are conducting a vetting on everyone. And it was the whole city. It was unfortunately not him alone. And I do hold that, quite honestly speaking, it have been dealt with by the public protector. There were Moody and Robinson investigations conducted and all cleared me. State security investigated, the Hawks cleared me. For this thing, for people to take advantage of the current moment, the current situation, and be throwing this thing again through the back door, that we must re-listen to this thing that were investigated many years ago. To me, I find it really unfortunate, Chair, and I wish I could be protected under such situation, because these matters were investigated, closed. And if they were investigated and closed, why bring them here? Is all I'm asking, because the context within which General Mkhwanazi was making his press conference was on terms of political interference, was based on the 121 dockets and the disbandment. Now we find ourselves dating back 5 years ago, former Minister Mtetwa, the late 2011, which I find unfortunate. Now this thing is being reversed again through the back door again. I don't think we should allow that, Chair. But not that I'm here to tell the Chair and the committee members that what to ask or what not to ask. I was just raising a concern that personally I feel that throwing it through the back door.
And senior officials of certain positions benza izinto engaqondile ukuvikelana. So yingakho le matter iboyile. So ngicela ngakuphathi kabi lokho. Ngoba the same letter wenothe uthembele kuyona ka public protector. It's the same public protector that says City of Johannesburg yafihla i-evidence kwi-team yakhe ekuthenini kuze afikelele kulesa sinqumo asithathile. So uphinde uyabhala futhi in this one. That's why we are at liberty to confirm that information revealed by Mr. Brink above, in particular the competency assessment report of Mr. Sibiya and the non-approval of the municipal council. Can I ask Uguti, when that matter yakho yokushintsha position and the grading of his salary from 1.2 million to 1.8. Who was supposed to report that matter to the council?
It was the city manager, and all the processes were followed. It went through council, and council approved. So it was not a private deal somewhere in an office.
So it's not correct what the public reporter is saying here, Wuti. However, the report, sorry, this was
municipal council.
And who was the mayor at that time? From which party?
I think it's former Mayor Herman Mashaba.
He has never said anything to you about this matter of you being put to, of the grading of your salary from 1.2 to 1.8. Are you also saying he's the one who appointed you or the municipal manager at that time?
This is the municipality that appointed me. The same applies to the same Mesuli Mlandu himself. The same process that was followed to have my salary was increased drastically from where it was to where it is now. So it's the same process.
Are you aware that the public protector in his resolution said they must open a case against this issue?
Which she did.
And what happened to the case?
They investigated and the DPP declined to prosecute.
All right. No, thank you. General Mkhwanazi said you procured prohibited equipment in the city of Johannesburg with the assistance of Paul O'Sullivan. And we have seen a letter from the State Security Agency confirming paragraph 4 that you bought equipment. Can you confirm that?
General Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into angazazi nje. There's nothing like that. That's what General Mkhwanazi is talking about in his own head, in his own mind. The
equipment
I did explain, Chair, that if you are the head of department of a city, world-class city, and you say we need to create an office that will carry the office, that where we need to build a war room that is strong, and then you let the IT people sit together in a room in consultation with SSA and say we want to build capacity that will be able to carry the city, so that when we are sitting here, we know that we are able to trace as to how many buildings are hijacked. In the city of Joburg, you do find they buy tires every day. There's a car that keeps on replacing tires. Almost in a month, they will replace tires twice in a month, which means they steal tires. There's a car that continue keeping on pouring petrol 2 times, 3 times in a day, which means they steal petrol. Now, you need a system that is able to actually gather such type of information and be able to give you a picture. You need a system that will tell you that how many syndicates are operating within revenue services. There are people who are milling around revenue services when people are coming to pay electricity at the revenue services. You have people who says, let me help you jump the queue. And they will go take the money and go as if they are going to pay for you, and then the system will be updated. You are able to know where is the city losing more money of all these departments. You need to have a system where you know that we have a database of all the cases that are reported, and to be able to track them and to be able to do the linkages and to be able to see whether are there officials that are working with outside people or not. So to have an information management center is the only way to be able to run the affairs of the city. This is technology. Today we are living in the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. You cannot depend on paperwork that is not able to assist you. So having bought that, I was not the one even who said in the meeting or no who designed those whatever equipment that was said, because I didn't know them. The team that we employed mostly teams that come from state security, crime intelligence, police. Now these are the people who said and say, we think we need a camera, this camera that we're going to use when we shoot the videos or the TVs for hijacked properties or during the operations. So it is things like those. There was no grabber because the main bone of contention was apparently I bought a grabber. Now, the state security said there's no grabber and there is no grabber. They made such a statement that says, when you walk past me, I undress you. Because as you walk past me, my system that I have undresses you, takes all the information from your phone. I went to court and the court ruled in my favor. It's just that they keep on recirculating the same lies. This is what we are sitting with even today. There's no grabber that I ever procured. He even go to an extent of saying, when I was the head of the Hawks, I procured something like a grabber. Being the head of the Hawks, there was General Dramat, and where was he at that time? No, there's no grabber that I procured. I don't have such a grabber. Some of these statements are just malicious.
Impendulo yakho baba Sibiya iyangidida kancane because ifana nale yayizolo yaka Kate Matlala ukuthi uyamazi uKate Matlala bese ubuye uthi umazi 5 times mama phone calls ayi5 phinde khona lapho impendulo khona nabebuza ukuthi if you say that means uyamazi umuntu sheshe umbone. Like if somebody can ask me ukuthi ukhona baba Mkhwanazi la will tell you akekho because sengiyamazi. So umbuzo wami ngicela uphendule nje mhlawumbe ngendlela ethe ukungisiza ukuthi le equipment othi Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into engayazi ikhona yini yathenga?
No, ayikho akazi ithengwa futhi.
So akuna Polo Sullivan owakusiza ukuthenga equipment?
No.
I-relationship yakho no Polo Sullivan injani?
Polo Sullivan, I know him very well. I've been operating in Gauteng for many years, and then he's one of the active role players in terms of crime fighting. He reports crime, people report to him, he reports to the police, and look, Polo Sullivan contacts everybody. Even if you are the National Commissioner, you will get an email from Polo Sullivan. He's not my friend. I've never been to his house. He's never been to my house. I've never gone to a restaurant with Polo Sullivan where we sat and we drank tea or coffee. What Polo Sullivan is all about is that he's a forensics expert. He received many information that he processes and even relay to the police. Just like your Mike Bolhayes, your Thomas Chat, these are the people that are active in the crime fighting system. They are there, you can't avoid them, and you can't wish them away.
No, thank you. SAPS is instruction based. You give instruction, conjure instruction.
Yes.
So in this regard, you say a team came to take pictures and they were denied. Then again, National Commissioner gave instruction ukuthi uMotsepe alokho nje abavumele bashute lapho, but uMotsepe didn't take that instruction. In fact, I want to know ukuthi where does she get the protocol yakamtsepe? Angimazi irank yakhe, ngicela ungiphe irank yakhe. Protocol ithini ngomtsepe if ukuthi uNational Commissioner gives the instruction bese angayithathi? Is that correct?
May I leave that for her to come and respond to the chair?
But ngizwe kuwe mina.
Yes,
kumele kwaleyo ishiye kuya azoyixoxa.
Sengiphendula ngaleyo ndlela.
Uyayishintsha.
Angishintshi, ngithi let her come and explain that part.
All right. No, ngiyabonga kakhulu lapho. Ngicela sibonisane lapho. Because nginenkinga yokuthi Masophendlela kanjalo sizosalela emuva mntakababa. Kwi-SAPS sinayo lento ekuthiwa i-intelligence. And where is it sitting?
Intelligence is sitting in many offices. No, there's different type of intelligence. There's crime intelligence of the police. There is senior state security that is taking care of both international and local.
And which one when le ota yikho ayisebenzi?
One that I say is weak is the one of South African Police Service.
Lastly, what is your take, or would you agree with General Mkhwanazi when he says PKTT deserves to be awarded for their good job they did? Do you think the PKTT did a good job? And would you agree on them getting awarded for what they did? As I close, do you also have any relationship with any member of the Ad Hoc Committee? Thank you.
Firstly, I don't know if they haven't been rewarded because there have been many excellence awards. Whether they have been rewarded at any stage, they must have been. And they are part of the team that I believe that in many instances, they've done a good job. They must be rewarded if ever they haven't been rewarded. It's something that I cannot say they didn't do a good job. Not necessarily mean that throughout the country, they did a good job. But the problem is, if you did a good job in Gauteng, well, let's say in KZN alone, you can award them in KZN. In KZN, yes, you can award them. But whether they did a good job in the whole country, they were not there everywhere. When you look at Lusikisiki, it's Lusikisiki 18. They were rewarded because of only Lusikisiki. But even if they did a good job when it comes to whatever matter they dealt with, and the commander feels that they need to be rewarded, submit paperwork and they will be rewarded.
No. Member. Still the very same question, which doesn't know any member of the Ad Hoc Committee. And I think I was not answered in the question of Brown and Lusikisiki, which, as you said, you don't know him. Yes.
Brown Mkhwanazi, I said it, I think, Chair, even yesterday, that I know Brown from the time he contacted me. I didn't know him. The very first time I got to meet Brown is when on January 8, he called and said, I'm going to General 8, are you going to be there? I said, yes, I'm here on operations. We are working here in Western Cape. He said, I'll come and greet you. That's exactly what happened. And even if you check the footage, you will see. And before that, you can see my phone, you won't find Brown. And then thereafter, I allowed those calls. There were moments where I could have blocked him and stopped communicating him, but when it comes to issues of safety and a person who gives you a lot of information, you let it flow. Any member of the ad hoc that I know, I've worked for a very long time with Honorable James. I know her. I've worked for a long time with Honorable Glenis. I've worked with some members I saw in the chairperson for the portfolio committee from the portfolio committee, not anywhere else. So these are the only members. Honorable Koladana Bayanat, I know, not personally per se, just official capacities.
I don't mind.
I can only give you the last question.
Sengicela nje ukubuyela encwadini because abantu balambile Chair, yabona. No, but Chair, let me finish here. Thanks.
So,
I think we Chair Sabhala. Let me ask you this one. I'm tempted to. General Mkhwanazi says there is buying of Lamborghinis and all that to by intelligence somehow. And you said there's no such. So I want to ask Uguti, in the SAPS in totality, is no such. Is there no such?
A Lamborghini is pushing it too hard. You can't buy something of 5 million because you want to infiltrate somebody. You can always do it cheaper. But you will never go buy a Lamborghini because you want to infiltrate someone.
Yes, so, but there is such a doing. It matters in terms of the budget. So it can be done.
Even if let's say you want to run a covert operation, we have well-trained undercover operators that can infiltrate that space. And let's say, for instance, they are dealing with a syndicate, a group of syndicate, a big one, and where you have to appear as a rich person who is actually living that lifestyle. They will make sure that you get that car, not necessarily that it is procured, but they'll organize that car and then you will use that car for that time being for you to be able to operate. But what I wanted to say, Chair, I don't want to sit here and expose how the police operate in some of the operations because you are leading me into, Chair, you are leading me into a situation where I'm going to be accused tomorrow and say he did the following.
No, ngiyabonga mfowanda bengiphendulile bengicabanga nje ukuthi ungazi ukuthi ikhona lento ayishilo noma yikho so uthe ikhona just depends on the matter of value that we tell us. Siyabonga mfowanda.
But General, are you saying that in a corrupt environment, officials may not use state money to buy themselves the vehicles that he talks about? In an environment where corruption is pervasive, such or vehicles of that value?
No, Chair. You can't, unless, I mean, we're working with the public's money, public's fund here. You can't really nilly-willy just spend millions because you want to investigate a certain crime. You can investigate crime.
Not for purpose of investigation, for self-aggrandizement.
And I buy a Lamborghini.
Yes, you have crime. Access to this purse. There is no monitoring. You have become a law unto yourself. It's not only the vehicles, Honorable Shongwe. He also spoke about people who have acquired farms.
And buildings.
And buildings.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you may have a building that is higher than that vehicle in value.
Yes, Chair.
And the state money has been used.
Yes, Chair.
So that is why I'm asking you, because this, okay, I must not say that. The extent of, how corrupt activities have been entrenched. Because he says police officials do this and that, and you say, no, we can't. In terms of our operations, if they are covered, we can't buy vehicles of that value. And I'm asking you, in an environment where corrupt activities have become pervasive, is it possible that state money can be used for personal use, where a person can take it and go and buy himself or herself a vehicle of the value that I don't want to advertise that vehicle?
It shouldn't be, Chair, and it shouldn't be allowed because to start with, there's a way of, for it is not even known in the system. And what you do with that car, the ultimate end may not be known by anybody.
But that other properties have been acquired. Have you heard about that, or do you know about that?
I saw it in the papers. I heard about it, but I don't know the detailed facts of it. Quite honestly speaking, I just see it from a distance, even myself.
And as part of the senior leadership of the police service, when you saw that reports, did it shake you, or you just said, I know, this is what we are used to?
Things were reported, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy when things get reported to the platform or forum where they belong. And they were reported to the IG, and the IG conducted the investigation and dived deeper in investigation, consulting with the IDEC or NPA, and they came around a decision whether to prosecute or not. But none of us were involved in the process.
Let's leave it that. Thank you so much, General, and I want to thank you, honorable members. Honorable Adams, we have made it a practice that when we have an honorable member in our proceedings, we introduce the members of parliament also take interest in the work that we are doing. So I take this opportunity to formally introduce you, that you have joined our proceedings today.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I was in trouble again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, it's that time when we should break. We are coming back at 10 minutes after 14 hours. The Honorable Nomvalo, we have alerted you about his health issues. So when we come back, I'm going to request honorable members to allow him to get through with his questions. And then we will then move to the Democratic Alliance. Yes, let's accept it. It's only for today, Honorable Breitenbach. I have given you the Yeah, I'm just making this announcement that the owner of this cell phone, in case they may wish to use it again, they can come and collect it here. Yeah, they may want to use it again because it has been abandoned. We take Honorable Nomvalo, we take Honorable Breitenbach, and then we take Honorable Klopper, the EFF, Honorable Matthews. Yeah. Honorable Nomvalo, General, thanks very much again and welcome to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General. General, if there's one thing that we have done exceptionally well during your responses and during the course of your testimony is that you have been making a concession to knowing all the people that are perceived to be rogue and who are perceived to be having questionable characters. I think in that context, we have agreed that you know them. But as a police officer, are you not aware that you are easily accessible by people who have questionable characters? Is that not a concern to you?
Chair, I think if you meet a person or you come across a person who at this point in time, you don't know that this person has got questionable characters or issues that were not really evident from the onset. Like any other normal South Africans, you don't know this person, but later you come to know that this person, this name comes. This thing again, this name comes. That's when you begin to raise your eyebrows and begin to step back. I think it happens naturally that you will meet a person that you think is innocent, is clean, but later you find out about the rest.
No, but even that response is worrisome with anyone. You have an integrity and a credibility to protect. Before you mingle with people, you first investigate their characters. Are you an irresponsible police officer that just mingles with anyone without checking the credibility of such people?
I don't think it's fair, General Chair, that every person that I meet, I must investigate. You do meet people, and you won't have capacity to really conduct a background check on anybody that you meet.
So it means I must be worried, General, that you can come to my village and mingle with criminals and later come and say you did not know their character. So that is the kind of a police officer, the National Deputy Commissioner we have in South Africa, who just mingles with people and later come and say, no, I did not know their character.
I think, Chair, I've met 98% that is good. But if it happens that you met one or two characters that are actually questionable, cannot take the whole credibility away from me because I spoke to somebody. It happens with all of the police officials, senior managers, ministers, even all. But that shouldn't be brought to your doorstep.
No, but the fact of the matter is that you are a police officer and not just an ordinary police officer. You are a general. You are the National Deputy Commissioner. For you to have a relationship with people who have questionable characters can never be justified.
It is not correct to say I have a relationship with them as if they were my friends. They were not my friends to an extent that it can be called a relationship with criminals. It's not correct.
But General, when we asked you about the relationship with Brown Mkhwanazi, I think the question was asked by Honorable Nhlanhla. You said he was asking if you are still speaking, if you are speaking with Brown Mkhwanazi. You said you are speaking with him. And he further asked if you are speaking on police issues. You said no, we are speaking on general issues. What do you mean by general?
If you remember very well, Chair, I said that my relationship or how I got to speak to Brown, he gave me information, valuable information that according to me was valuable to me.
No, but you are contradicting yourself. Remember, you said the information that he gave to you was already in your possession.
Yeah.
So how can something that you know be valuable when it comes for the second time? I know that I'm Sibonelo Nomvalo. If you come and tell me that something that I know, it can't be valuable.
Chair, no matter how much you stretch it, the bottom line is, I said I needed, although it was confirming something that I knew, and I see nothing wrong in that regard.
But how can something that you already knew be valuable?
Up until I meet him, I would then here take it from there.
Let's go to Ket Nhlanhla. Is it true that Ket Nhlanhla paid an amount of 2 million towards the purchase of your plot in St. Kieran in Pretoria?
I don't know, because my plot is procured, is bought through the bank, and there's no 2 million that was paid.
So it's not true?
It's not true.
You said Ket came to your office to discuss about the tender. Did I hear you correctly?
No, you didn't hear me correctly.
Where did you meet up?
I said he came to the office. He's got a lease agreement to do to occupy the facility, and then he was not being allowed to occupy the facility. This is the meeting that was intended for the National Commissioner, but the National Commissioner was not there. I was the one acting.
Yeah, but that is what I was saying as well. Now, did you see it appropriate to meet a service provider?
I meet everybody. Even if he's a service provider, he is a stakeholder, but at that time in his capacity, he was more of a complainant.
Who signed his appointment letter? The letter that was appointing him to work for the department.
I don't know whether it's the National Commissioner or supply chain, but I was not part thereof.
Now, why did he not refer that concern to them?
He came
because they are the ones, General. I see a general who's all over the place here, meeting business people. They are the ones who appointed him to work for the department, not you. They are the ones who signed the appointment letter. How does it get to you to speak about a tender?
I don't think it's correct to say to speak about the tender.
Let me just do like this. Honorable Nomvalo, when I say easy, I don't mean you must not be robust. You can be robust in any way, but I plead that we give the general a breathing space.
No problem, Chair.
Thank you.
Point taken. You can respond, General.
Repeat the question, please.
I was asking, how does a service provider, how do they get access to you in the first place to come and discuss about technicalities that they are faced with after they have been appointed?
I think
does it feel in your competence to attend to such issues?
It doesn't fit within my competency as the head of crime detection, but when you are the national commissioner's post, you deal with everything in the police, and I was acting as the national commissioner.
Do you know Bonana Ngwenya, who is the former Ngwenya?
Hey, we have one. You nearly collapsed.
Now we can turn him into a witness. Do you know Mr. Mkhwanazi, who's the former Deputy National Commissioner?
I know her.
What is your relationship with her?
The mother of my child.
Where does she work currently?
Not at all.
She has never worked for it?
Not at all.
Okay. Let's go to the disbandment of the EKTT. You know where my concern is?
Just hold it, the honorable number. General, you say the person is in question is the mother of your child, and you don't know where she works.
Yes.
Okay.
She's the one who was actually at some point who lost her job. So I don't know where she's working.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't live with me.
Okay. But you, okay, no, it's fine. Let me leave it there.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Now, you know where my major problem is, General, with regards to your involvement in the disbandment of the political killings trust team, is that you were never involved in its operations.
Correct.
Neither did it send any report to you.
Correct.
You have already said that the PKTT was doing a sterling job. During its operation before the disbandment.
They do.
So they were doing a good job.
But it could be better than what they're doing.
You further said that the reason why they were disbanded is because the budget was not enough. You even cited remarks that were made by the treasurer, by the CFO, I mean, correct?
No, I don't remember saying they were disbanded because the budget was not.
No, I'm saying part of the reasons why they were disbanded.
Yes.
It's because there was no money that could sustain them.
Yes.
But that is not in accordance with the letter of the minister.
Well, I cannot question that part. That is not what the minister said. I didn't dictate nor contribute to what the minister wrote.
No, but General Sibiya, the minister wrote a letter disbanding the task team. You came before this committee and justified his actions. You even quoted what was said by the CFO. You were not just talking for the sake of talking. When you said there was no money to sustain the task team, you were actually supporting the reasons for its disbandment. The minister said. The minister never said there was no money in his letter.
I understand that.
The minister, the only reason the minister why he disbanded the team. On Annexure CB2, paragraph 53, the minister says, open quote, "My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa."
Yes.
Now, should we agree that your perspective is not similar to that of the minister?
I wouldn't say it's not similar. They go hand in hand.
No, remember, General Sibiya, I asked you if the task team was doing a sterling job. You said yes. The view of the minister, when something is of no value, it means that thing is useless. The view of the minister at this stage is that the task team is useless. You further said, no, I'll give you a chance to respond. You further said so there was no money to sustain the team. So your reasons are not the same.
Remember, I have given more reasons. The minister may not have written all the reasons, or may actually summarize all the reasons in one sentence. But in my case, let me read you this letter from the National Commissioner statement.
No, before we go to let's finish the minister and your version first. I will allow you to read the commissioner statement. The point here that I'm making, General, is that because there is nowhere where we can find the views of the minister in this regard, except in the letter. And we can't quote things we do not know, because the minister will come here and say, but I never said that. What I said is here in the letter. Your reasons are not similar to that of the minister. Why is it so difficult to accept that?
Remember, we don't have different reasons to disband. The minister gave a directive which is being complied upon by all. What I motivated myself comes from me, not from
exactly my point.
Yes, and yes. The two are not in competition.
No, they are not, absolutely.
Yes.
But they are not different. Your motivation and his reason.
Yes.
Exactly. Why is it difficult? Your participation in the disbandment starts after the 31st of December, when the National Commissioner was on leave. You keep on citing the name, the National Commissioner, not the name, to say he is the one who gave instructions to do the implementation plan and so on and so forth. But the minister the commissioner that we're talking about here, who refuses that, he accepted this decision, General Masemula. There is absolutely nothing that points to a direction of his acceptance of this decision.
To the contrary, the National Commissioner saying in his statement, and a sworn statement at the Madlanga Commission, he says, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th of January 2025, and given that I would be on leave until the 14th of January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Letogo of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lt Gen Sibiya, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister to understand his reasons and attempt to dissuade him. However, the letter contained, if I had refused to carry out this instruction, I would have been accused of insubordination, since all that was required, at least insofar as the instruction was concerned, was a report. So now this says, or this tells us that the National Commissioner agreed and he complied with, because had he not done that, he would have been he was going to be accused of insubordination. So the minister, the National Commissioner, for all intents and purposes, he agreed.
No, but you were drawing an inference that he agreed because you started to make a reference to a letter to a January letter, email rather, that was sent from his office by the Chief of Staff. At that time, the commissioner was on leave, right?
Yes.
There was an acting commissioner.
Correct.
So by the time the national commissioner came, processes of disbanding, leave the implementation apart because that is another phase on its own. You can't use what happened on phase 2 to clarify what happened on phase 1. Are you aware of a process that unfolded during the disbandment of the PKK before we go to January?
Yes, I'm aware.
How was it disbanded?
The process that was followed that I know of is the letter that was received from the minister on the 31st of December that was sent to the office of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner further forwarding that same letter to my office with a directive that I must communicate same to the team. And the team also started reacting or acting on that, leading to a presentation that was presented before Parliament. And before Parliament, this is where they explained that the test team has achieved the purpose for which it was intended for. All the districts in KZN have stabilized except the Etiquette district. And as a result, we are now going, the first phase being to deliver the dockets by the 17th of March. And that happened. And as a result, by the 28th of June, of March, a handing over was done between the two divisional commissioners. General Kumalo is the one who went and fetched the docket, handed them over to General Sintumule as per the arrangement. And then from there, from General Sintumule handed them to General Motsepe. They conducted an inspection, and General Motsepe, they attempted to return the cases to General the Provincial Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, who rejected the docket. The docket found themselves back at the head office. But that's the process of disbandment.
Chair, I don't want to be accused of not allowing the witness to respond, but the witness has not done justice to my question, and I hope you were paying attention. The question that I asked from the witness is, what is a process that was followed before the letter was issued on the 31st of December? Now it tells me about what happened after the 31st of December. I'm talking about processes that unfolded before the minister took a decision to disband the team.
Yeah, I give you free airtime for General Sibiya to respond to the question.
The process before that, there was a letter that was received from the members of the community who complained to Professor Mary Dihas of the University of KZN and to the minister. And the minister also discussed the process in a management meeting where they consulted with the management in general. It is in this meeting where General Masemola actually intimated that the task team, this was just a task team, it was not meant to be a permanent unit, to an extent that it was meant to evolve into a unit. As a result, it is not in the structure of the police, and yes, it can be done. So the National Commissioner was consulted and all other senior managers, and he never actually showed he never showed to be against the disbandment. And as a result, the process started.
Okay, so General, we are saying here on record under oath that before the decision was taken, because the National Commissioner said the decision was taken while he was on leave in December. and he came back in January. I mean, the National Commissioner was consulted prior to the disbandment of the team. Is that what we are saying?
I'm saying that, Chair, is what I'm repeating here on record under oath, that there was a meeting that was held on the 27th of November, where consultations were made with all stakeholders or all relevant in the presence of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner did say that this is just a task team, it was not a permanent structure, and it was meant to evolve into a unit, and it can be done. And starting from then, that's how everything unfolded.
Was Khumalo, who was a project manager?
Before you got the name of Ms. Dihas as part of the response, what do you say about Ms. Dihas?
Professor Mary Dihas wrote a letter to Parliament. I want to get to the correspondence, Chair, and it's very much important that you don't leave it out because it is what happened. Professor Mary Dihas wrote a letter to Cabinet. Do we know which 93? 93. Now, Chair, I've got a trailing email between the offices of Ms. Mtembu of SAPS sent to Major General Sibiya, page 96 of the bundle. Chair, will you allow me to read the statement from the members of the complaints that were sent to Professor Mary Dihas? And then Professor Mary Dihas document.
Can I come in as a person who asked the question?
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in the substance. I just wanted to know if the complaint is there.
Okay.
I'm satisfied if the complaint is there. I can move on.
Thank you. You can then go to the question on General Kumar.
Now, the question is, do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without asking for a report from the project manager? General?
No, I'm not stuck. I'm just saying, the question is, do you see it appropriate without requesting for a report from the...
No, I can repeat for you, General.
No, I hear what you say. The answer is very simple. The instruction as it came from the National Commissioner, it said, prepare a close-up report, communicate the same.
General, that's why I wanted to repeat for you, because we are not answering my question. Prepare for a close-out report is in a letter that disbands the task team. I am talking about a process that was supposed to unfold before the disbandment was effected. Do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without getting a report before you disband from a person who was tasked to be a project manager?
Chair, please protect me here. because I'm gonna answer the same question. The instruction from the National Commissioner is the same to the team and to prepare a close-up report by the 14th of January and for the minister to get this on the 20th. Now, the close-up report is exactly what the honorable member is talking about, because the close-up report, the only people who can prepare a close-up report is General Khumalo. Even when you go to the meeting on the 6th of March, where General Khumalo presented before the minister, and when you look at the very last sentence, paragraph in the action plan that is actually produced by him, it says prepare the close-up report by the 31st of March. General Khumalo, who is the project manager?
Chair?
Yeah.
Can I clarify my question? Maybe you will assist me with interpreting it.
You don't have to clarify, General Sibiya.
Yes.
If a member asks you one question 3 or 4 times, you have the same answer. You just give the same answer. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Chair, I think you are making a mistake now because you are prescribing how he should answer.
No,
and
I'm responding to the point that you are saying he needs protection.
I am the one who needs protection here, Chair, because my question has not been responded to. That is why I'm saying, Chair, it means we are not following my questioning. The question before the general is, was the project manager consulted before the decision was taken to disband the structure? Now, he letter that disbands the structure. He says in that letter, and I agree, I've read the letter, and what he's talking about is the last paragraph of that letter. After the decision to disband has been communicated on the above paragraph. Now, he says in that letter, the minister says, prepare a closeout report. The questioning I'm asking, Chair, is a question that relates to a consultative process prior to making a decision, prior to arriving to a conclusion that indeed there is a need to disband the structure.
I agree with you. After you asked him a question, he appealed to me to protect him.
But I also appeal to you to protect me, Chair.
Okay, let me protect both of you. Both of you are protected. I'm leveling the playing fields. Can you please restate the question?
Okay, my question generally is, before the decision was taken on the 31st of December, in a letter that was signed by the minister. In that letter, the minister disbands. In the same letter, he says prepare a closeout report. So that is after the disbandment. Prepare a closeout report after the disbandment. Now the question is, prior to the disbandment, was a project manager consulted in order for the minister to arrive to a determination that there was a need to disband the task team?
That is a response that can be provided by the minister and the National Commissioner.
At least that response is better than the first one, Chair. Was General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi disbanded? Informed?
I don't know.
The provincial commissioner?
I don't know.
Should we not be worried here, General, that you become so active in executing a wrong decision, in which the decision was taken was wrong because due processes were not followed? Should we not be worried?
I don't think so. The same way the National Commissioner mentioned in his statement here that had he not carried out the instruction, was going to be discipline for insubordination. Now, in this case, if it is the Office of the National Commissioner that invites me into the process, there's no way I could not participate after being ordered by the Office of the National Commissioner to participate. I didn't jump in on my own. I was invited in and directed by the Office of the National Commissioner.
May you please be specific that at that time when that instruction was given, the National Commissioner was on leave. So in office, there was an acting National Commissioner.
Chair, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond like this. That doesn't change anything. If the National Commissioner is on leave, as the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, acting National Commissioner has got the powers to carry out the mandate of the National Commissioner. But the bottom line is, there's a letter that comes from or out of the Office of the National Commissioner directing the Deputy National Commissioner to act. Now, that on its own, it's a complete instruction.
So according to your logic, General, it's permissible for a person to give instructions while he's on leave, while there's someone acting.
It happens
in their office.
It happens.
Then why people are acting if a person can do the work while they're at home?
It happens. If you are the National Commissioner and you think of something that you want happen, you will give an instruction and it will be complied with. Nobody will say, no, but you are on leave, you can't tell us anything.
So are you not worried, General, that there is nothing written or signed rather by the National Commissioner? Because the gist of the bone of contention here centers around of whether the minister consulted before he took the decision. And the position of the National Commissioner is that he did not accept the decision. That is why I'm saying, when you say the National Commissioner, be specific that at that time the National Commissioner was not in office. So if you received a letter, you did not receive it from Masemula, the current National Commissioner. You received it from a person who was acting at that time. Now, are you not worried that even after the minister came back to work, you gave him a plan and he did not sign it?
Can I return back to the page that I just read, Chair, where the National Commissioner says, I instructed Brigadier Letoko of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all Deputy National Commissioners. This comes now from the National Commissioner. So the fact that he's on leave, force away.
Which letter is that? May you please refer me to a letter? Which annex?
Now it's Madlanga Commission statement on Masemola, page 34.
I don't have a Madlanga document.
Maybe the evidence leader can assist. But the National Commissioner does accede. He says, I instructed Brigadier Letoko of my office to forward the letters from the minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lt Gen Sibiya Crime Detection, to instruct them to prepare the necessary reports. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister, prepare a report that were due by 20th January. If I had refused to carry out instructions, I would have been accused of insubordination. So in other words, the National Commissioner agreed, because he says if he had refused, he was going to be accused of insubordination.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in possession of that letter. I have an interest of putting my version of my perspective of how I understand it. Unfortunately, I did not make any preparation for such because it is not part of our bundles, Chairperson. Now, do you agree with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi when he says the disbandment was a missed target?
No.
Can I give you context?
Yes.
He says, in his understanding, the dockets were taken from KZN for the purposes of influencing them for matters of Gauteng. When they arrived in Gauteng, the people who wanted to influence them realized that these are dockets that are only related to matters of KZN, to political killings. So he says the intention to return them back to KZN was as a consequence of the fact that people who took them lost interest out of making a realization that they are not related to Gauteng matters. Do you agree with that?
Africa must begin to realize that this is someone playing with people's mind. He's playing the people of South Africa. This has got nothing to do with the people of Gauteng or KZN. Political killing testing from the onset, it is clear it is KZN related. Now, when the matter has been disbanded, it was disbanded and the process started long before than the 6th of March or when they came to Gauteng. Now, as much as he is trying very hard to bring this political killing task team and throw it into the spanner and saying that we have been disbanded because of this is far-fetched. It's not true, and there's nothing like it is a missed target. He's just trying to bring this thing to look for a motive that he can connect to the criminal underworld. But when you look at all the Ket Matlala, Brown Mohosi, or whoever, at all. So all I'm saying, Chair, with respect, is that it is not a missed target, and it shouldn't be accepted that everything that General Mkhwanazi says is true. And these are the statements that are to be put before us as if we must accept that it is true, it's not true.
Are you the one who gave an order for dockets to be removed from KZN to Pretoria?
I gave an instruction that the dockets, the two divisional commissioners must exchange the dockets, and the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence must hand over the dockets to the one of crime of detectives, and the one of detectives must take them to their stations, murder and robbery unit where they belong, same time, without taking them to head office.
But where did you get the mandate to do that?
From the National Commissioner's instruction that says, communicate, carry on.
Is there any part in his instruction that says, take, may we read it?
Let's go to the meeting of the 6th January, starting from the one in Parliament.
Which annexure?
Let's start in Parliament on the 20th, on the 5th of March, where General Kumalo said these dockets, the ministers have given a directive that the political testing be disbanded, and then there's been several meetings since then or subsequently, and then as a result, the dockets will be taken from PKTT to murder and robbery units. This is General Kumalo saying that. And then the following day, in a meeting with the minister, they produce an action plan.
General, the question is, where did you get that mandate? Is General not your junior, General Kumalo?
He is.
So you got a mandate from your junior?
No. It doesn't mean, I don't know, Chair. What I'm saying is simple and straightforward. It's simple and straightforward, and it doesn't confuse. It's straight. There is an instruction, a directive to disband. The National Commissioner says, act on it. They go to Parliament, they say, no, we agree, and we are doing it. And the next thing, they come up with an action plan themselves that disband, and they disband. They say, we will bring the docket on the 17th of March, even though they did their directive, under the directive of the National Commission. Remember, the National Commissioner said, I approved this plan, number one. Number two, the National Commissioner said in one of his statements that I told Sibiya to stop, I will do it myself, and then directed General Khumalo to do it. And he said from then onward, he told them to leave me alone and ignore my communication. And then from there, since then, his communication took precedence. So henceforth, whatever that was happening is the precedence that come as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction. In other words, everything that was happening, flowing therefrom, it was the National Commissioner's instruction. That is why they could come up with their plan that says, on this day, this is what will be happening, and this is what happened.
Yeah, but you were pointing me to a letter with an instruction to take dockets. We were still perusing.
Start again on the document that I read that says, Minister Mkhwanazi
which document, General?
This one is the minutes of the meeting on the 27th of 4th, meeting with the minister and the executive.
Annexure?
Evidence leader. I'm told. Can I give this man? Whilst he's coming, the minister expressed his concern regarding the political killing task team. He suggested that instead of establishing separate units to focus on different types of matters, the organization should consider establishing a single integrated unit under the umbrella of murder and robbery unit. This unit will operate nationally, ensuring a more streamlined and coordinated approach to address such crimes across the country. And General Masomola responds by saying he clarified to the minister that the political killing task team is not a formal unit, but rather a task team. He explained that the primary objective of this task team was to evolve into a dedicated murder and robbery unit. As such, it does not appear on the organizational structure, given that it is temporary structure designated. We then followed by a work study officer that was approved by the National Commissioner, establishing the specialized unit such as the murder and robbery unit. Now, establishing the murder and robbery unit. So now, the murder and robbery units were established to also take care of cases like political killing task team, which was signed now on the 5th of June. And the National Commissioner's comment says, the National Commissioner says it must be expedited by the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. So all I'm saying is that there's no resistance whatsoever in implementing the specialized unit that must investigate the political killing task team.
Yeah, no, General, I've just read the letter, and there's nothing that says General Sibiya take dockets or give an instruction for dockets to be removed from point A to point B. That is what I was looking for.
All right. The meeting of the 6th of March with the minister, because it says themselves there that the dockets will be
between who and who?
The minister, National Commissioner, General Musigiri, myself, and the Chief of Staff. Page. Now, when you go to page 72 to 79,
2 to 79. 72.
Page 79.
78.
The National Commissioner here says, based on this plan, they then handed dockets to C and General Musigidi agreed and supported the plan, and I was opposed to the plan together with the minister and the chief of staff. But this plan was produced and approved by the National Commissioner. It says, approval of disbandment plan by the Minister of Police is 2025-0306. Stakeholder engagement, and on the 6th of March, the minister actually partly approved the plan, but was just more concerned about the fact that you have now dockets, court-going dockets that are going to take too long. Now, it says stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Approval of the new call-up instruction and financial authority on 2025-2026, which is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Retaining the case dockets under investigation to KZN and Eastern Cape Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service on the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. It will be Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, and report, close-up report to the Minister to be the Project Manager on the 31st of March.
I'm willing to, even though I'm not satisfied with the response that you have given so far, but I think we can move on to another question. But before we move on, even if we don't read the entire letter, just go to a paragraph that says, if there is, that gives you an instruction to take dockets from KZN to Pretoria. I just need that only.
Yeah.
I don't need a context for you to conceptualize and give interpretations of what you understood out of what was written by the commissioner. If there is, unless you are saying we won't find that paragraph, that I can accept. Is there any paragraph that says General Sibiya give an order or give an instruction for dockets to be taken from KZN to Pretoria?
There's no such letter.
There's no such letter.
Even from my side, there's no such letter.
No, I think I'm satisfied. We can move, no, I'm satisfied. We can move to other questions. Now, the PKK, okay. Now, the PKTT in question, was this the only PKTT that we had across the country? Was there no any other PKTT that was in existence?
Yes, it was the only PKTT.
So, okay, or task team rather, let me not say, because K stands for killings, and a task team can have various responsibility. Is that correct? Responsibilities, is that correct?
There were many other task teams.
There were many other task teams. And how many, during this period, how many were disbanded?
There's a letter that we read, the one that disbanded all the task teams because we are reintroducing the specialized unit. And the document specifically talks about, and we read it yesterday, that says, let's go to page 11
of your statement or of the bundles?
Of the bundle.
Of the attachments, right? Of the annex charge.
Page 11.
Page 11.
Can I proceed?
Page 11.
Yeah, page 11.
Yes, on page 11.
$177.
No, it's not here, General. No, General. Which document are we talking about?
My bundle, I don't know what you call it, Chair, but it is page 177 that talks about
Okay. Yeah, you can proceed, General.
You see, from paragraph, Chair, there are all these are task teams, and they are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 14 so far that I see. But the sentence that I want to say, task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly station level. Task team found operating in provinces are as follows. Then you find your foreign vehicle task team, multiple tour task team. So now the important sentence is this. These task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate direct focus on a permanent structure with the necessary command and control budget and capability instead of functioning in silos. And it mentions also including political matters team. Now, when you go to the end of this same document, it's a work study that was approved and approved by the National Commissioner. Now, go to page 202. When you go to page 202, the National Commissioner says, implementation of these units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, DIFCOM detectives, and provincial commissioners. Now, DIFCOM, DNC crime detection is me.
With the KZN1, that was my question. Remember, the KZN1 was disbanded on the 31st by the minister, right? So were there any other task teams that were disbanded during that period of the KZN disbandment?
It was an inspectorate, it was not the task team, but at the same time, in the same meeting, the minister disbanded the inspectorate and the PKTT.
So there were other task teams that were not disbanded?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can respond if you want to say.
Remember that we've got many task teams that are running depending where the fire is. If now there is, we have deployed in Emangozi. I'm sure it's for 3 years now, where people could not even sleep in their houses. Vehicles of South Africa being stolen into Mozambique all the time. Weapons coming into the country, people being terrorized. Emangozi today is very quiet. We deployed there, and then we keep on retaining the members. We've deployed in Richards Bay, and I think the task team has been disbanded, I think. We've deployed in Eastern Cape. There's Operation Bamba and different other task teams that have been established but disbanded because it's only for a short little while to extinguish the fire and then move to another place where there is a crisis. Then we go in there, stabilize the place and move out.
Now, General, the decision to disband was taken by the minister. There is no question about that. Agree? Do you agree with me?
I do.
And in the disbandment, the National Commissioner had no role in the disbandment. Remember, he came after the disbandment.
No. I read this document that I just gave to yourself, Honorable Member, where the National Commissioner said, this is just a task team. It was not meant to be a permanent structure. It is not in the unit. It's not a unit that is in the structure of the police. It can be done. He gave his opinion there, and then during when it was after receiving of the letter, he directed that it be actioned, and then even after that, he participated in all the meetings, and he was positive.
Okay, so this paper is part of which document?
These are my notes from the minutes of the meeting, and then we try to get the minutes of the meeting to summon the minutes of the meeting, but we were not given the minutes. But from my own work, diary, this is what we have.
So there's nothing to prove at this stage that the minister participated prior, except your notes that you have written.
I'm saying there is everything to prove if the committee can summon the minutes of the meeting, because there's also recordings where the Nation Commissioner's voice will be heard.
I'm wrapping up, Chair. Am I running out of time? Let me wrap up, Chairperson. I will ask questions which require short answers.
When the robot is read, you don't ask, may I stop?
I didn't see the report, Chair. My apologies. May I wrap up, Chair?
Yeah.
General, what is the SAPS procedure to deport an undocumented person from South Africa in a nutshell?
Well, the people are taken to Lindela, and the Home Office process follows, where they begin to interact and with the other country. There's a process where the forms are being completed from the police stations that deports the person.
Were you a member of the DPCI members who were led by Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, who were implicated in the rendition case?
I was not a member of, I was the deputy provincial head. I was the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, and I was not part of that operation of head office. So I was not part of it altogether.
You were not part?
At all.
You don't even know how it happened, how they were deported?
I never gave anyone instruction. I never participated. It is just one of those incidents that look like this one.
So you don't even know if those undocumented people are in jail or they are out? You have absolutely no?
Absolutely no. And they were all, and for your information, Chair, they were all arrested by crime intelligence. And crime intelligence even gave them the letter of commendation for the job well done. Ad Intelligence, head office. I was in Gauteng. I had nothing to do whatsoever. I never even phoned one person. I never signed any document. I was never at the scene, not even once. My name was just used.
I appreciate your extra time, Chair. No further questions. Thank you very much.
No, I want you to ask the question that the 10th of October. And you asked that question to General Masemola. So General Sibiya is here in person. You must ask him that question, which you asked. You asked General Masemola whether General Sibiya is a corrupt.
I will corrupt cop.
So he is here. You must not. You must have the courage.
Thank you for reminding me. That question was part of my questions. General Sibiya, are you a corrupt cop?
I'm not.
You are not?
Yes.
So all these allegations against you are false and frivolous?
False, contrived, and frivolous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you have done just sense, and when he's here, you don't ask him. Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, in case you feel you may want to be released, you are allowed. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General Sibiya.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
So, General, I'm a little confused. I can't, it's too long and too big and too ugly, too everything. I'm a little confused. So, there's all this fuss about this press conference of General Mkhwanazi. We have a Malanga Commission, we have this Ad Hoc Committee, and everybody wants to get to the truth. If what he says is true, it's a big problem, but it's not information that hasn't been around for years. Unless you've been living under a rock in this country, you had to know most of this, maybe not in this kind of detail, but everybody knew about all of these things. So, do you know why now? Do you know if his press conference, General Mkhwanazi's press conference, was whether what he says is true or not, constitutes a genuine desire to expose corruption and criminality? Is this a battle for the top job when Mr. Mkhwanazi retires?
Personally, quite honestly speaking, Honorable Chair, this has got nothing to do with the 121 dockets and the disbandment of the political killing task team. This, according to me, it's about the succession battle within the police. And why I'm saying this is about the succession battle within the police, I know that in this case, in my case, this whole thing is actually meant to block me from, they know, I had an interview where I was interviewed by one of the radio stations or TV stations and saying, General Sibiya, now that the General Lebeya will be going, are you interested? Are you available? And I said, well, given that opportunity, I will go. And then from there, the media were running saying that General Sibiya has thrown his head in the gauntlet as well, he's ready. And as a result of that, you will see newspaper article that says Sibiya versus Musigidi versus Mkhwanazi. And then the next thing angered General Mkhwanazi to an extent that he sent a message to one of his friends, colleagues, that says, can I proceed there?
No.
He sent a message of a song of Tupac that says, I'll kill them at night when they're sleeping. Now, he was so furious. And then even General Masemola, to an extent that I began to hear that they feel that I have something to do with that arrest. I ended up calling the National Commission and saying, NASCOM, I don't know about this arrest. Nobody knew. I didn't even expect it because this thing is something that happened within CI. The National Commissioner then said to me, no, you wouldn't have known about this arrest because it's something that happened within CI. Then later, I also got questions from the media guys that says, hey, we understand you're going to be arrested. You will get members who says, don't go to work on Monday. They say you're going to be arrested. Then I go to the National Commissioner, ask him, National Commissioner says, no, don't put me in there. You are not about to be arrested. Then we start working together. We run until the 4th of July, on the eve of the 6th, I get a call from General Mkhwanazi talking to me, asking me whether I'm coming to KZN or not. Then I said, no, I'll be coming, General. But the next thing, Sunday, this is a press conference about me. So, as far as I'm concerned, and in one of these meetings, I think General Mkhwanazi said it in this house, where he said something. It's a direct admission that this was just a preemptive strike. So the people of South Africa have just been taken for a ride that, no, this is about the disbandment and the docket. Because this docket, we're not gathering that's in my office. I have demonstrated and I still have it, and this committee has got the benefit of being able to call for the dockets. They were last seen since some of them 2018, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2024. So I'm just saying, for us to be sitting here today talking about the issue of the docket, it's a non-issue. Those dockets were dead a long time ago. They are still dead now. Even if they can be called now tomorrow, you will see that they are still far.
So, how much of what General Mkhwanazi told us in his press conference is fact, and how much of it is semi-fact, and how much of it is conjecture?
And it's actually playing those that are prepared to listen to him, because he knows how to play with words and what to say and the things he needs to say and how to say it in such a way that the country gets moved. He will say, we are doing this thing for the country and to protect the people of South Africa. Me, I can defend myself, but the people of South Africa, who's defending them? Now he wants to play that he's defending the people of South Africa. Now we will then come and say, dockets were taken by General Sibiya, they are in his office, in his archives. I don't have dockets in my office, in my archive. I don't have that. And then he makes serious allegations in such a way that if someone was to say, General Mkhwanazi, you are the provincial commissioner, the police in KZN received information to go and conduct a search and seizure at Kalagabusha Hospital, Correctional Services. And they went there and they searched. And as they searched, they found drugs. Then someone called General Mkhwanazi, or a call came in, and then the suspect give the phone to General Mkhwanazi. General Mkhwanazi says, you stop right there, you stop. He says, when they went to arrest Katiso Molefe, a team was sent from head office to there. He did the same. But there's no crime there, because as far as him concerned, what he does, there's no wrong. If he sent his team to go and kidnap a ballistic expert, seize the laptop, take the laptops, the files, and add ballistic expert, that is obstruction of justice, interfering. And then he comes here and he says, no. The members were doing their work and they didn't intimidate, and they were even bought lunch. Why are they interfering with integrity? Needs to be preserved at all material times of the evidence that has been collected. Now, I'm sitting with a situation where if there was anybody, if today I can stand up and go and call that press conference. I also used, at some point in my life, I also wore camouflage uniform. Maybe I should also wear one, go make a conference as well and talk things. But I will be fired from the podium same time. That day on stage doing that, I'll be gone. But some people, because they've got a very powerful social media that they have invested in, every TikTok that you open, no police official is allowed to do what General Mkhwanazi is doing. No provincial commissioner you will see on TikTok. He's the only one that campaign on and funded on TikTok. And this wins all the South Africans. You touch Mkhwanazi, you touch us. But he's a policeman. So I'm just saying there are a lot of things that are wrong that we are supporting as a country. And we are creating a monster that no one is able to control. That is why he's able to come here in this house and threaten members of this house and say, you don't touch the members of intelligence, and because you're forcing them to respond. And once they respond, they will talk. And once they talk, many of you, I don't know what I said, many of you will do what, but that is wrong. We can't allow such a situation as a country to continue. So all I'm saying is that if the purpose for which he wants crime intelligence to continue and the political testing to continue, and then the next thing, nobody can touch them because they use this political killing testing to conduct their investigations, they also controlling intelligence. They've got intelligence on everyone that we will talk. Can't be allowed.
General, the political killings task team, by all accounts, was initially quite successful. In the recent past, less successful. So what is all the fuss about?
I really don't know, Honorable Member, because we are saying we're building a capable state. Building a capable state, we're saying let the whole country be equipped, be well-resourced with technology in such a way that they are capable and able, to an extent that they are all able to carry their own respective environments. Now, we cannot really be fighting so hard to keep and maintain a very expensive political killing task team that is meant to actually take care of a very small number or pool of excellence within KZN only. The whole country is not really taken care of, and the whole country is suffering. If once you have one provincial commissioner fighting so hard for the political task team to continue for years, spending millions and millions and millions on a yearly basis, that shouldn't be allowed.
Tell me, General, when you were reinstated into the South African Police, did you know anything about Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, these people?
Not at all. I found them here with the police, very close to the generals and other police officials. I mean, it is unfortunate. He's a well-known person. In my case, I didn't know him. I didn't know him only at the time when his name began to pop up. And by the time his name began to pop up, the moment you start to step back, you can see that already this man is known by all.
But part of your portfolio was to also be in charge of crime intelligence, right?
That's correct, Honorable Member.
Surely they would have been able to fully inform you about these gentlemen. Did you not make inquiries? And if not, why not?
This is one aspect that I think crime intelligence need to know. Their job is not only to gather, collect, collate, analyze, and support. Or at support. They need to support the management, the leadership of the police. If, for an example, Chair, it so happens that you come across an individual who contacts you regularly, and this individual is on site. They know that they are monitoring this person. They must be able to go to the National Commissioner or to the Minister or to whoever and say, hey, Chief, we can see that this person we are looking at, we are working on him. Warn me so that I can, and I keep on interacting with this person, not knowing what this person is doing when he gets home at night. Then I won't know, and tomorrow you get associated with someone that you wouldn't have under normal circumstances.
So are you saying, General, that nobody warned you and you didn't ask?
Nobody warned me. Even the National Commissioner and the subs, they did. I remember when we saw a letter that came from IDEC that says we want to know why and how was this man awarded the tender when he's under investigation by subs. But at the time the man was awarded a tender up to the highest level, everybody saw it. It never happened under the mattress. They saw it and it ran with everybody knowing. During the events at the college, he also had, among the many gazebos that were there, they also had their own gazebo there. And where they will do like the blood pressure, your sugar test and this and that. He was one of the service providers, as normal as possible. Nobody knew about the rest.
But that is a reasonable question to ask, General, why, if he was under investigation by the police, was he allowed to parade around like that, to do business with the police, to contract with the police? How does that happen? How does the left hand not know what the right hand is doing?
that is lacking or something that needs to really be collected, or all such tenders needs to be vetted and checked properly to say who is this one and how did he get here. But at this present moment, that part of the tenders and the service providers is something that I'm far from. It's supply chain. It's another division completely. I don't even know the role players that side.
So are you suggesting that that doesn't happen? That people are not properly vetted? That the police enter into tenders with millions of taxpayers' money and they don't vet, because that appears to be the position?
Had it happened, I don't think anybody would have been in trouble by now. If it happened, because from the onset, it wouldn't have happened.
So there are these persistent rumors, I'm sure you've heard them too, about the imminent arrest of General Masemola and General Khumalo by IDAC. Now, is this true? Do you know if this is true?
That information.
But they don't go away.
I heard about this information, but because it was at some point also in the newspapers, but I don't know the fact, because I don't know whether it was an authentic document that was leaked to the media, but it seemed to have investigation from the IG report. So that part I don't know. I see it from a distance.
During your evidence, you spoke about a meeting with the National Commissioner and the Minister and other high-ranking officers, where Nhlanhla and his contract with the police was discussed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Minister asked what was known about the tender, and he asked that Nhlanhla be investigated.
That's correct.
I'm puzzled as to why it was dependent upon the Minister, a newcomer to this space, to ask for him to be investigated. Why didn't somebody in the police, you all have years of experience, why didn't somebody in the police actually think of that themselves and do it?
This is when the stories of Mr. Nhlanhla were gaining momentum and about the tender. That's how the minister got to ask and say, I get this information. What happened here? Can the auditors, internal audit and others, please investigate these irregularities and send that? And a response came and the minister gave an order that it be cancelled.
Okay, but that only answers half the question. The other part of the question is, why did nobody in the police take the initiative to do this investigation? If the minister could read about it in the press, so could everybody in the South African police. Why didn't somebody do something? Why didn't you do something?
I could only do something about it if I knew about it. But up until we saw a letter from IDAC questioning that part and say, why is this thing happening? Because we are investigating this thing. So there's not much anymore I can do when already IDAC is saying they are working on it. And to as far as I'm concerned, Chair, many a times I like it when there is an investigation, even if it includes me or it involves me or where I could be closer to it. If it is investigated from outside, I feel comfortable if it's a neutral body investigating. Not these things that we see in the SAPs now, where you find that they let very junior officials are chasing after a deputy national commissioner every day, saying that, no, we are investigating the deputy national commissioner. They've got this excitement of using very junior member to chase after a senior member. I don't know if we were to turn the tide and do the same to some senior top official members, and you set some constables and sergeants to run after him and investigate him and embarrass him. This is not right.
So General, is there political interference in the police? Are there attempts to influence the direction of investigations, particularly with regards to corruption and politically connected people? Does that happen?
The first part of the question I didn't hear.
Is there political interference in the police? Are there attempts to influence the direction of investigations, particularly with regard to corruption and politically connected individuals?
So far, I've never been interfered with from any minister or deputy minister. I don't know of any political interference. And in relation to this disbandment of the task team, I received a directive from the National Commissioner. It is between the...
I'm not talking about the political killings task team in general. I'm talking about in general.
In general...
Are you aware of political interference in the South African police?
I don't know of any.
So you've never been asked to investigate or not investigate anybody?
I've never been tasked to investigate anybody, any official from the side of the minister.
In your view, is the top management of the South African police capable of running the police in the best interests of South Africans?
Yes, they are capable. When I look at the statistics and in the meetings that I've said, where we said as a team, when we're really working and we're working hard, there's a difference, there's hard work that is being done. It is unfortunate that you do have this other people who come in and cause division within the police.
Who comes in and causes division in the police?
There are people who go and whisper to the minister. Chair, what I want to say is that just after I came back, Minister Kele, they said, Minister, do you know that you agreed that General Sibiya must come back? And you just promoted him, but you know that he's investigating you. And the minister was very angry and said, but why is Sibiya doing this? Because, I mean, I didn't even object that he must come back, but I hear that he's investigating me. At that time, I don't even have a team. I know nothing. And the minister he was not angry, but when I saw the minister, I could see that he's looking at me in a dim view. Then I went to the National Commission and said, hey, NASCOM, what is going on? I hear 1, 2, 3, 4. He said, yeah, it did happen, but I told him that no, it's not true. I told the minister, no, it can't be true. Then they go to the National Commissioner, they say to the National Commissioner, are you aware that Sibiya wants your job, is mobilizing for your job? Then the National Commissioner woke up at night and he went to see the mother of my child, who's my colleague then, went to visit her and say, hey, do you know that Sibiya wants my job? And then I had to write a long message to the National Commissioner to assure him that, National Commissioner, I've never been in uniform all my life. I have never been a station commander, a cluster commander or a provincial commissioner. I'm not interested to become a national commissioner. Please, I'm interested in the DPCI, but not here. And then he said, no, thank you very much. Please keep it on. With the national commissioner thinking that I want him out.
So don't you want to be the national commissioner?
I don't think that is where I want to be. But if I'm approached, I would go for the opportunity. My role is that they've worked hard to try and speak to, when you look at artificial intelligence and all the negative stories are said about me, whether it's Senzo Meyiwa, what they do is they just throw my name and then it will replicate into artificial intelligence. Just to speak bad about my name in such a way that even tomorrow when I have to occupy a position, a consideration is to be made, they will say, this one is too controversial, or this one has a lot of issues. This is the intention.
General, I understand that this process is painful and it's not the first time you're going through it. But this isn't only about you. You understand that? This is about South Africa. And my question to you was, do you think the top management of the South African police are capable of running the police service in a fashion that is in the best interests of South African citizens? And you said yes, but just the state of the country, the level of crime, South African Police Service is not managing to do a good job. I understand that there are thousands of policemen who go to work every day, and thank God for them, who do a great job. But we're not managing. And something will have to change. You have to do something differently. And what is that going to be?
I must indicate, Chair, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the current National Commissioner, is very experienced. And he knows his job. He knows what he's doing. And he knows how to deploy, to look at the situation. Let's take, for an example, the elections. And he knows how to plan, put a proper plan together that will actually result into zero incidents throughout the country. And when you look at the statistics, they are green, 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 green. So I can't sit here and say, no, they are not capable. They are capable. There are challenges, yes, but they are capable.
Okay, General, my last question. When you took over crime intelligence, what did you do to clean it up? Because Lord knows it was a mess. Can you tell us today that it's better?
It was a mess, but when I came in, it was run by General Khumalo. I have received a number of complaints that affect him. And I've also received a number of complaints from the generals that report to him. But unfortunately, it is a space that I was entirely not in control of because that is why even when he gets arrested, the National Commissioner will make sure that he does not get suspended, number one. Number two, within 2 weeks, he clears him. Then there's nothing. It doesn't happen just you find that there is crime committed, a person has been charged, investigated by IDEC, charged, and then still running the case. But within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you have cleared the person. You even submitted an affidavit that this person be allowed to go back to work. As an accounting officer, you don't do those things. So I'm just saying, crime intelligence, it has got challenges. And hence you can see already investigations that are already running. And I don't know how many more are still there from the IDEC side, but there are challenges within crime intelligence. You'll take it from here. Look at how many generals are out that are not there. And all of them are in courts against the head. All of them are in court against the head. You go to Western Cape, you go to head office, you go to other provinces. It's here and there where you find that a general is not in court, but there's a big fight. Where there's a brigadier, even internally, there's just... I heard the National Commission saying, I'm fighting with everybody. No. When I get undermined by someone who is not in this space, it is my job to stand up and say, but no, you can't do this. It's not really fighting with anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, General Sibiya.
Just wait a moment. Honorable Skosana wants to ask a question.
No, thank you, Chair. It's not a question, it's just, I'll say, Parliament, in Parliament, we normally say we should not display anything. There's an outcry against one of our members, who happens to be my chairperson, that he's advertising on his, next to, I think, on his tie, on television. It's very clear. And that company in particular, they are bidding, within our space, of the SAPS. So I just want us to, please just ask our member to, hide that company's name.
The chairperson is me here.
No, of SAPS, I'm sorry. Honorable Cameroon.
Honorable Cameron,
Yes.
what is being advertised?
No, they are complaining. Okay. I won't mention the name because if I mention the name, then the brand will.
I'm not the lanyard that he's wearing, is it branded? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, this is the Glock one. Sometimes I wear a CZ one, other days Canic. I can do Taurus as well, Chair.
You kept on without trying to go to the details. And whatever brands that we may know, including Skosan, Honorable Skosan, including that one that is before you, is it an empty can or an empty bottle? Yeah. There was let me tell you, and you see, let me tell you how I like it. When we break, Chief Whip, when we break, members of this committee are the ones who come to the chair and say, let us not do this and that, because the people that we lead do not have the luxury that we have. And I think we must just keep it like that. Yeah. So if it may appear like there is a brand which is being advertised, Honorable Cameron, I don't think that you consciously came here to advertise that brand. And you can still try your best not to be seen advertising it. Thank you so much. Honorable Sloper.
What I mean is that, Chair, having listened to the bail application in Mr. Nhlanhla's bail application, where a mention was made that the phone was seized, and the next thing there was some tampering and messages inserted or deleted. So I'm not sure of the situation, whether it's true or not. But what I can just simply say and repeat in this House, Chair, is that I don't know who Comrade or Keda Matewula is. And then it's not my language. I don't have Kedas. So there are just some of the statements that you outrightly deny, reject from the start, because it's not you. Whether they are there or not, this one I'll blatantly just reject. It's not like there's anything dangerous on that message. It's just a message that was sent. But looking at the way it is, it's just a kind of a message that you just outright reject.
General, you said you made no hints that you could plant or manipulate data on your device.
That's doable.
Sorry?
That's doable.
It's doable. Do you really believe that the members of Crime Intelligence Division are capable of this type of conduct? Falsifying or fabricating evidence on a senior officer's phone?
With what I've seen when they seized the laptop of the ballistic expert, and I was told that it was tampered with, to me is evident enough.
So, General, are you saying that you believe that this could be done to any civilians' devices and gadgets as well?
Possible.
General, if this is your belief and they are in fact capable of this, have you reported these concerns formally to the Inspector General of Intelligence or to the National Commissioner? Have you raised these concerns with him about this
what I did in my case, on more than 4, 5, 6 occasions, my phone, I could not access my phone because there was a SIM swap done on my phone. And then I would write an SMS since 2022. I would write an SMS to MTN, Vodacom, and tell them that I don't have access to my phone. Someone has done a SIM swap on my phone, and I will fight for. They will in fact even reverse it, and it will take 24 hours. But it happened a couple of times, and I have attached the documentation. Also, I do have it with me, where I reported even to the National Commission and to the national head, and say someone has actually did it somewhere on Monday. Now, when someone has done a SIM swap on your number, that number is his. Whatever they do with that number, you'll only get to know much at the later stage that there is this message that went from here or to there. But it was a genuine thing that can be investigated. I reported even to the DPCI, I reported to MTN head office, they know. They even suggested that, or recommended that, why don't you contract this? That's somebody that had to migrate it from MT. Actually, they were stealing it every now and then. And then I realized that it's not safe. So I'm just saying, each time it happened, I had to report. That's what I did.
So you, General Sibiya, do I understand you correctly that you're saying that you think this was the crime intelligence that was doing this? Because I'm talking under the banner of your remark of crime intelligence, anything is possible.
In my case, Chair, I must indicate that I've had a lot where I'm really surrounded by following me day to day, listening to my devices, and also following me all over. Sometimes we'll be sitting here in a meeting in Cape Town, you will see a team from Bloemfontein coming to have a meeting with the National Commissioner. I'm the head of intelligence, but you find that they're sitting with the National Commissioner in a room and they're talking to him, and then I don't know. Or, like the National Commissioner said, General Khumalo reports to me, but the National Commissioner said to General Khumalo, investigate him. And we expect the man to report to me, yet he's investigating me. It's not a healthy situation. It's not a healthy situation, and it can't be tolerated or allowed to go on like that. Now, the man, that, even when you call him, he knows he's working with you, he's working on you, and he's putting all the resources around you. And he's man-marking you, he's investigating you, he's giving reports about you to the National Commissioner. How can there be peace between you and the National Commissioner when your colleague, your subordinate, who's supposed to report to you, is also working on you? This is an undesirable state of affairs. This should not be allowed to happen. We need a clean administration where you find that once you are the boss of the police, and in such a way that you don't have cliques or certain people that you have a good relationship with against those that you don't have a relationship with.
Thank you, General. I just think it's very worrisome that such a allegation, it's a serious allegation that such criminal tampering can be taking place, even to yourself as a high-ranking official as you are. But I will just be moving on. Lieutenant General, you made an interesting point just there about how appointments are handled at senior levels. You mentioned being promoted in 2023, and you made specific reference to the process, saying that you don't apply and you get identified. What I do want to understand a little bit is when you say you get identified, who exactly does the identifying? Is it the National Commission or the Minister, or both? Are they acting in consultation?
Or you can apply to be promoted in terms of Section 45, or then, but they do identify a person they want to employ. And many, at this level, you will never see that much where there's a position of Deputy National Commissioner advertised. You will never see a position of National Commissioner advertised. You get identified or headhunted, but you get identified.
General, you further confirm that the minister must approve this identification. So if there's no open application process, would you agree that this could potentially create risk, even unintentionally, or favoritism?
I don't know about that part because I think they also apply an objective approach in doing so. It's possible, but I don't think, remember, these are people who's got the best interest of the organization at heart because they want, if they don't apply their mind, it affects performance of the organization as well. So you will never appoint someone because you want to shoot yourself on the foot. You will employ someone because you want someone who will be able to assist you to fight crime.
Lieutenant General, you yourself, nearing the end of yesterday's proceedings, criticized us, kind of contradicts your statement that you just made now. Doesn't that suggest that the same identification system that you benefited from might also be enabling appointments based on relationships rather than merit? And if so, does this not contribute to the rot we're seeing currently amongst your own ranks at the moment?
I was talking about a lieutenant colonel, not a lieutenant general. A lieutenant colonel who is not an investigating officer. I'm told that this lieutenant colonel was a driver to General Mkhwanazi. So as a result, this lieutenant colonel who was a driver today is the one who's an investigating officer and is the one who participated in going to seize the laptop of a ballistic expert. This is the same lieutenant colonel who was involved in the corruption that took place in Potter matter where.
General, you spoke often about the discipline in the police service, about how young officers and college recruits are taught and how that discipline is meant to hold the institution together. Let me take you to your own account of what happened with General Mkhwanazi. You said at the time you had a telephone conversation with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. General Mkhwanazi, who became very angry and that he was in some way or form very combative towards you, resulting in him banning you from operating in KZN. You also reminded him that you were the senior, and you alluded that he ended the call and sent you a very long text message. You seemingly seemed to accept the ban and left the matter there. You didn't elaborate on it. Did you, in your view, that exchange between you and General Mkhwanazi, did you view it as subordination?
Insubordination is an understatement. If a man is able to call you a criminal daylight in the public, or call you and say you are a baby, talking to members of the parliament and say, this is the man that I can say is like a baby. I joined the police in 1989, he joined in 1993. I became a general in 2010, he became a general in 2011. I mean, I've got 37 years. I've been good at what I'm doing, and I've run operations throughout this country, throughout the country, including in KZN themselves. I participated the deployment in Manguzi, Richards Bay, many other areas, Eastern Cape, everywhere. I've been in the country, throughout this country. So it cannot be that my experience can be downplayed by someone like that, because his experience is in the field of special task force and maybe running the facility at HR support, then the provincial commissioner. So I really don't want to go too deep in trying to get to a lower level of comparing myself and him and this and that and this and that. Since I started testifying, I've always avoided to name names and ridicule anyone and speak bad about somebody. So I'm trying even now to not to get to that point.
Thank you. Did you take any disciplinary action against him?
No, I can't take a disciplinary action against him because it doesn't report to me. Even though I may be his senior, he reports to the National Commissioner, and will be a fight. And a fight is what we have always been wanted to avoid.
General, were you allowed to operate in KZN after that incident? You mentioned a meeting and you shook hands and so forth. After that, were you allowed to operate in KZN again?
Yes, we operate. Remember that I deploy. I don't have to run on the ground myself. I deploy. I deployed in Richards Bay. I deployed in Emanguzi. I deployed in many parts of KZ, and we do have where we operate.
General, I will get to my last question. I see my time is almost finished, so I will skip. I just have one question at towards the end of the yesterday's testimony. You kept saying we wanted it finalized when we were speaking about the letter of the 22nd of April that was sent. I just want to know who is the we? Who is the we that wanted it finalized quickly? Was it the minister? Was it subordinates? Was it another officer? Because when you kept saying we, it just seemed to imply that it wasn't just your idea, that was a collective feeling it needed to be expedited from the letter of the 22nd to be finalized by the 24th of April.
Remember that if the National Commissioner, let's say, implemented something, and then you go to the meeting of the 6th of March, in the 6th of March, it tells you exactly on the last day there, it was the 31st of March, but come the 28th of March, there's a handing over now done between two divisional commissioners from CI to crime detection. Now, you already have the docket in your possession. The head of CI handed over the dockets to the head of detectives. Now, they are now in your hands. They must be finalized speedily so that they are out of your hands. And it's exactly what happened. Push this thing now to where they belong, murder and robbery unit, so that they are not in your hands gathering dust. Because the more you keep them, is what led to General Mkhwanazi saying that they took dockets, they're sitting in General Sibiya's office gathering dust.
If you could give me a very, very short answer because my time is finished. At what date again did you say that it was out of your hands? You were finished, that it was now moved over to the next
time when the National Commissioner said his letter took precedence over mine. Do we have the page number, legal team? Because the National Commissioner said he told them to ignore my letters and then to carry on with his letters. From then henceforth, his instructions took precedence over mine. There was no competition. He remains my boss too.
General, sorry, was that pre-22nd of April? 22nd of April?
It was after that.
After that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klopper.
I don't know, they just given me the letter. Should I read it or it's not necessary? Chair?
Honorable Klopper.
You can read it. It's not a problem. Thank you, Chair.
It is page 36 of the National Commissioner's affidavit, paragraph 118, that says, in line with my discussion with Lt Gen Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lt Gen Khumalo. I told him to prepare a preliminary report as contained in the Minister's Directive of 31st of December 2024, and that we should aim for 20 January 2025 to submit the report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya's instruction of 17 January. Now, this means that anything and everything flowing from this letter now takes precedence as the National Commissioner's instructions. Even when Khumalo brings the docket, Khumalo is already now in direct communication with the National Commissioner. Whatever that he does, is as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction going forward.
Wait, Honorable Skosana, wait. Honorable Tlhopha, you're fine.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Chair, just to make a follow-up, if the letter which is reading, is it signed as well?
It is signed. It is in the National Commissioner's statement.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm looking at the gentleman who was taking pictures. Okay. Honorable Matthys, once you are done, we break. Eh? Thank you.
I might not be done then, Chair. I don't think we deserve a break. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Today you gave testimony that as the Deputy National Commissioner was responsible for crime detection in the country, there's a lot of things you said you don't know. You didn't know about the arrest of, oh, my thing is doing things. You said you didn't know about the arrest of General Khumalo.
I didn't know about?
About the arrest of General Khumalo.
Yes, I didn't.
Right? You said you didn't know about the request by General Khumalo through the Provincial Commissioner regarding seconding the PKTT members to Gauteng.
I didn't.
You also didn't know about the press conference that the KZN Commissioner was going to do. You didn't know about Kat Makala. The guy has 80 cases dating back to 2007, and he has a huge tender with SAPS. You didn't know about the Big Five. It's confusing, General. Do you consider yourself competent as your job, in your job?
Yes, I consider myself competent. If I was part of the tender process that was assessing Mr. Matlala's tender, I would suggest that it would be fair to say to me, why didn't you know? But I didn't form part of that process. I didn't even know that he's an applicant or, you know. General Khumalo was arrested by IDEC. It's not the South African Police Service. So I wouldn't know. And all the things the honorable member is mentioning are not things within my sphere where someone can say, but why don't you know? I didn't know.
Okay, General, make this make sense, right? You do not know that one of your generals is going to be arrested. And I know it wasn't by SAPS, right? It's a sister department. It's your job, it's your responsibility to know. Crime detection is huge. It includes crime intelligence as well. So you should have sources everywhere. I find it extremely hard to believe, or for this to even make sense, that you had no idea or arrested. Even the commissioner of KZN knew that he was going to be arrested. So you're saying that you don't have access to information and sources like the rest of SAPS members.
The very first person who was supposed to know that he was going to be arrested is the member himself. Because he's intelligence, he's counterintelligence. This is the person that anybody can say he expects to know about everything that moves. But above all, even the National Commissioner didn't know that that was going to happen. So where I'm sitting, if IDEC or IPID, IDEC or IPIT, they are investigating a particular matter. There's no way us will know from where we are sitting because we are not in that space.
Okay, so South Africans should feel comfortable that our national head of crime intelligence cannot know that one of their generals is going to be arrested by another organization. We should be comfortable with that, and we should be comfortable that we have a competent deputy commissioner responsible for crime
If fully in charge of crime intelligence, including counterintelligence, they were reporting to me, I would be no way. But they don't report to me.
Okay, let's go on to a bit of your career. So yesterday you said that there's no crime intelligence, and however we interpret it is not really the point. But in your statement, paragraph 23, you say that you have been responsible for crime intelligence since 2003. That's about 2 years and 3 months. And it's been recently moved under the National Commissioner, but I don't think it's been effected yet. So what is your response that the failure of crime intelligence is actually a reflection of your role, which you partly spoke to, but I need you to speak to this more clearly and not go around and around the bush, please, General, that it is a reflection of your role as the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Chair, I was looking for the page. The honorable member said page
23, paragraph 23. I'm not sure which page. The page 49. When you talk about your career, that section, it's page 9, paragraph 23. But I'm right, that is paragraph 23. Yes. Thank you for the page number, ANC Chief Whip.
Yes, I'm there, honorable member. What is the question?
Yes, so you say there that you're responsible for crime intelligence. Now you're saying you're only partly and you're not fully. I do understand the issue of counterintelligence, but it's pretty much been in your office, or you've been responsible for it for over 2 years.
I've been responsible for it for only 2 years, but it was then also taken away to report to the National Commissioner. But even then, when it was reporting to me, it had two dual reporting lines. In my case, he came to report to me that was to the National Commissioner. It's not like I never complained about such. I complained many times about that, and that the lines of the reporting lines have been blurred, and this is creating problem for myself. And I challenged it many a times, but the bottom line is that everybody knows he was not reporting to me entirely.
So would we agree that the issue here is SAP's officials?
Yes, ma'am.
You and the National Commissioner and also the head of crime intelligence. And the issue of having blurred lines is an issue because you, as the senior officials that the country relies on to make sure our children are not raped, and if they are, they're getting justice, to make sure our children are not trafficked. A simple process of just understanding, reporting, or having those basic processes in place is what is costing the country, and our children are in the state that they're in now. Right now, children are being raped and they've been trafficked. And we have adults that have been appointed in this and are unable to do the jobs that we've put them in there to do. Can we concede on that?
It's a long question, and I'm trying to understand the essence of the question. Can it be repeated in short, Councillor?
Okay. guess it is a bit of a,
Honorable Chair, Honorable Member.
I guess it is a bit of a political statement, but what I'm saying ultimately that we are in this mess is because they are the National Commissioner, yourself as head of crime detection, and then the head of crime intelligence cannot sit down and have a clear process to ensure that there are systems in place to make sure that we are detecting crime and that our children are getting justice when they've been raped and trafficked in the country.
I think we are in this mess because of the press briefing, unfortunate press briefing that was done. That was not supposed to happen. That's why how we find ourselves in this mess, because everyone has been doing their best to try to do what they can.
It's going to be good. Let's move on to your suspension and your dismissal related to the Zimbabwe matter. And this lasted about 7 years, according to your statement. You said that the prosecutor put it on record that he or she was instructed to put your case on the roll. Who gave that? Did you ask who gave the prosecutor that instruction? And if you didn't, why not?
I thought the magistrate, because it was into the court record and that record is still there, it still exists. I thought the magistrate would ask who gave that instruction, and the magistrate just didn't take it further.
Okay, but my question is, did you ask the prosecutor?
No, I didn't, because I was represented.
And you didn't ask your attorneys either to ask the prosecutor?
No, to me, I was excited.
And who was the prosecutor? Do you know? Do you remember?
No. At this point in time, I forgot the name.
Okay, would your legal team be able to access that information and give it to the committee? Because I think that is important, that we don't speak and we don't have names and people that we are able to follow up. Why is crime intelligence not efficiently capacitated to vet SAPS officials?
It has been always the case. It's a challenge. I don't know why, but there are so many members that needs to be vetted that have not been vetted. And it could be because of the manpower or the budget.
Yeah, that, and we've been hearing this. I've just joined the police portfolio committee, and we've been hearing this issue of vetting since I've landed. And when I look back at previous annual reports, etc., it's the same thing. We don't. Why is it not being capacitated? And this falls under your division as well. It can't be that we have 7 members that are required to vet over 1,000 SAPS officials, and we expect this country and we expect SAPS to function when the very core, its foundation, is not working. Is it intentional? Is it intentional that just vetting, if you fail at just vetting, it's a problem? So make us understand, make the nation understand, how is it that you are even failing to vet 1,000 officials every 5 years?
I think crime intelligence is where there is a process in place. They are recruiting. I may not have the statistics and the information where I'm sitting, but there is a drive to capacitate crime intelligence. This is what also the minister said, that they need to capacitate crime intelligence in such a way that they will improve even their collection and counterintelligence.
But why has it not been done? Do you not see? General, I need you to explain to us, because it can't be that the highest office of our security, like South African Police Service, cannot have capacity to vet 1,000 officials. You're telling us what is going to happen, and we've heard that many times. It's not happening, and we're having people. You are placing people in positions who do not have security clearance, and it is costing us being able to do our work efficiently in those departments. Why is it not done? Is it intentional because you want to appoint people who we know are not going to get clearance, or we're weaponizing it for people who would get clearance, but we don't want them to access information. Is this what officials in SAPS are doing instead of protecting?
Case, the employment or recruitment drive, there is a plan. Since I think in the past 2 years, there's been a drive in terms of capacitating the detectives and intelligence. I think the person who can actually better respond to that question can be the support head, the acting National Commissioner of Support, acting Deputy National Commissioner of Support, who can come and testify here in terms of the recruitment of crime intelligence officials and the numbers, because that's a separate process.
No, we have the numbers. It was just, we just trying to understand how is it that the highest level of SAPS cannot vet. That was pretty much the question, and is it intentional or not? You haven't really answered the question. I don't think we're going to get an answer, but we'll move on. Let's talk about your employment at the city of Joburg. You testified yesterday that you were employed properly at the CLJ, and see the ad, the advertisement for the job.
I think it was in a newspaper, Chair. I can't remember now, but.
Okay, will you be able to get that? I'm sure the COJ would have.
Yeah, I think they would have.
And what was the title of the position that was advertised?
It was unit head, forensic and investigation.
It was a new unit that was established.
Yes.
Was it already existing and they were looking for a position? It was new. So you'll get, your legal team will submit, or maybe our evidence leaders can also get that. Who was on the interview panel for the position? Who interviewed you?
If I remember, I know Michael Beaumont. I also know Christo Marais. I've been long out of the city, and some of the people.
So, but there was an interview panel.
I think there was Trevor Fowler. Yeah, there was an interview panel.
DOJ would still have that. Did you sign an offer of employment letter?
Yes.
You did. And we'll also need to get a copy of that. The letter, did it state what your salary was going to be? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. The appointment was approved by council?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the minutes of that council meeting?
They can be requested by this house to the council.
Yes, can we please have that? So were you in the council meeting when that happened? Or you just were told because you need to be?
You don't form part of the council
meeting
when it happens.
But you watched it live, or you were?
No, you sit and wait and you'll hear when it happens.
Okay. Are you stating here that you were not part of the procurement of this spy equipment in any way, shape, or form? You didn't have any conversation about it. You didn't even know what it does. The department just went ahead and bought this equipment and brought it to your department.
There are no spying equipment procured.
What was procured?
It was technology meant to support the department to be able to do the work, and I don't have the list with me, but the list is there.
Was the department authorized to purchase whatever that equipment is?
Yes, because it went through the channels and it went through the budget steering.
It's done in a different department in the COJ, but it came through the unit that you were heading up, the request.
That's correct.
Okay, so how did you source, was Paul O'Sullivan at all involved, or any of his associates involved in you identifying this equipment and where to source it, etc.?
Paul O'Sullivan was nowhere involved, nowhere near what was happening, doesn't even know, it's not even connected to this whole thing.
To which whole thing?
Of this equipment that were procured.
Okay. And how did you think that what made you determine, or what analysis was done to determine that you needed this equipment? Because we got testimony that I think it was the general who said, the KZN commissioner who said, and I know you're going to say that not everything he says is true, so that's why I'm asking you that that equipment that the city does not have authority to procure it. What do you say to that?
He doesn't know what he's talking about, that one.
And then the letter that was sent to the Minister of Police, Becky Cele, by the Executive Director of the City of Joburg about you. Did the Minister speak to you about the matter?
No.
Not at all.
Not
Did you know that a letter was sent to the Minister?
I think I got to hear about it. And to me, it was not really a worry because I do have investigations on the same individuals that were running. So it's a political space. And when a person writes a letter, it does not necessarily mean that he's right. He had no right to even write that letter. He had no right even now to write a letter, whether to this committee, whether it's to Madlanga or wherever. It's just people who, some of these people will follow you to the grave. Even when you left them many years ago, but you find people who just rise up and follow you. Even when you're not focusing on them, they just chase after you. So it does not necessarily mean that that letter that he wrote carries any significant role because he himself was being investigated.
But you're deflecting now. We're talking about the contents of the letter. We're not talking about what his situation also descended into a political space. Why would they want to deal with you politically?
Because, as I say, the city of Joburg is a political space, and then if these are the people that don't want to be investigated themselves and they start attacking you as the person who's in charge of the investigation, it's unfortunate. And I think, Honorable Member, I wish that I could also be protected from your side as well, because it shouldn't be like I'm already guilty and what they wrote about me is right.
But we're asking you, General, we're not saying that it is.
Yeah, the only problem is that these people who are sitting in their corner because they don't want to be investigated, they don't want to be vetted, and they
But do you see what you're doing? You're not saying it's not true because of X, Y, and Z. You are telling us about your situation. You're saying, were you investigating them, yes or no? What they are saying is true, yes or no? I think those are the questions rather than deflecting and putting it on them. We're dealing on what they said about you. Are you saying it's not true, it was dealt with? Let's deal with that.
It's
the contents of the letter. Saying that they don't have permission or they're not qualified to write the letters, neither here or there. We're talking about whether it was, number one, done, whether you knew about it, and what your position is. Public protector, then speak to me who opened the case based on the public protector's recommendations, and what was the reason that the prosecutor declined to prosecute the case?
What I know, Chair, is that I investigated a matter that involved the then city manager of City of Joburg. The matter was reported by the Department of Finance, and it related to a big tender of the blue light and the sirens and bullet vest. I don't have the report with me. But then what happened is that the investigation was allocated to ENS law firm that had to conduct that investigation. That investigation was conducted, and results came, these results were talking about the fact that over and above the many other, it talks about the fact that the city manager also did not cooperate with the investigation. And they were very much worried that the city manager is not behaving in a manner the accounting officer should be behaving. So they produced a report. That report that was produced, and it's a report that I, as the head of group forensics, also had to sign and submit. He was very angry to an extent that he wrote a letter wherein he wrote this letter that says, if I can read, that says a directive in terms of section 55, subsection 1 of the MFPs and public communication of matters that have not been tabled before the council. The above matter refers, the city manager's office is disturbed by the contents of the letter issued by yourself, where you suggest that by withdrawing from you the powers which, in terms of legislation, are assigned to the head of administration and accounting officer, that prevented your department from performing its function. We also note that, noted nefarious statements which you are peddled in the media that our notice of withdrawal of your delegation communicated signal to suspend you when in actual fact we are trying to protect the interest of the city. So I don't know, I can read this letter on and on, but what I wanted to say is that I went to court and the court ruled in my favor. And the powers of group forensics were given back to group forensics. In other words, the city manager working with Mesuli Mlando, when they attempted to take back the powers of this from group forensics, they said group forensics does not have the power to investigate them. And they took away their powers, and I went to court and the court ruled in my favor.
Your relationship with any of the DA or Democratic Alliance members in the COJ, they were leading government there. Did you have any, and at any time did you engage any of the leaders there who may have given you directives on investigating members?
I didn't have any relationship with anybody in the DA. No.
The mayor, any of the MMCs?
In my official capacity, I have had meetings with all of them.
Oh, you have?
In my capacity, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, in your capacity, and where you could have been given directives on how to proceed with the city manager. You know, that's a very strategic position. So when you leadership come in, that's the first position that they want to take over. So I was just trying to establish if you might have gotten some political interference on pursuing that case. I'm not saying, or I'm not commenting on the city manager, whether he did right or did wrong. I'm just asking if there was any interference or push for you to deal with the city manager from the political party that was running the municipality.
So I never had any political interference at all.
Let's go to your labor court. You appealed the matter, so it wasn't the labor court that ordered you to be reinstatement, was the appeal court that did that. Do you know why SAPS did not oppose your reinstatement?
Because there was nothing to oppose.
Is that sort of a practice there in SAPS that they would just not even show up or not withdraw the case, whether there was a case or whether...
And which I find to be wrong. Because there is law in this country, I take it that all of us, there's equality before the law, and those that are employed, those that are seniors in the workplace must really also adhere to the law. Let's say, for an example, we've got the generals, lieutenant generals who are out today, who've been suspended, others fired, and they went to court and they won the cases. But they are not being allowed to come back simply because the current management feels that, no, we don't want them back. Now, even when the court says they must come back, and then the management will say, no, but we don't want them. They go to court, they win, and then another one will say, but we are reviewing. I don't think it's a fair process. It's abuse of power in this situation because we all have careers, we all have children, we have families, but if you are today in a powerful position and you do what you do to fellow human beings who's got children and families as well, I think it's not a fair process, and and even this house must assist to get this right, this thing right.
Okay, you didn't really answer the question of the case, and my question was it common practice for SAPS just not to show up to make representation, and you are telling us about members that have been, but I think we can park it. I can accept response.
Can I respond to that? It's not because of it's a common practice.
Okay, then that's fine. You're saying it's not common. Do you want to explain why you're saying it's not a common practice?
Chair, in my case, do know that as a result of my arrest on Richard Mdluli, and then we were all removed. I was removed on a matter I was not involved in. I never participated in the illegal rendition of the Zimbabweans. I was not there. And that is why even when I went to court, the court ruled in my favor. And they refused to accept back. I went, all the courts ruled in my favor. And when I went to the labor court, because the whole idea, even now what is happening is that they say, no, fire him, fire him. You will fight from outside. You will fight from outside, but with the time you come back, you are over age already. This is how we're hating each other. But ruled in my favor, but did not reinstate me. They said I must be paid. I said, no, I don't think I can spend so much money just to come and win and not be reinstated. Then I went to the Labor Appeal Court. The Labor Appeal Court reinstated me. So I came back because I was reinstated. I was innocent.
Okay, that still wasn't the question I was asking, but understood. Let's talk about yesterday. You said in your in your statement yesterday, or your evidence, you said that Mr. Brown received the news about the disbandment of PK, because we were talking about those WhatsApp messages between him and Cat Mkhwanazi through media reports. Do you have evidence of when the media first reported about the disbandment? Because it appears that the first reporting was by a SABC journalist on the 2nd of January, and the messages was on the 31st of December, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was on the 31st of December, after it was released, somewhere there. I'm not sure when exactly.
Okay, but if you're going to give evidence that you felt very confident that they got that information via media reports and not through any internal processes between the minister's office and between SAPS. So you're going to have to give us where that was on the 2nd of January, and it was a screenshot of the disbandment letter. So you don't have to do it right now. You can ask your attorneys to be able to support that, because that was the evidence that you gave yesterday. You also said that Brown Mkhwanazi, not Mkhwanazi, was like an informer to you. So if this was the case, are you at liberty to disclose what sort of information he would supply to you, Brown Mkhwanazi?
I did say that he informed me more of information around my the fact that he knows that there are people who are planning to really push me out of the police. This is what I said.
But he also, the General Mkhwanazi also said that he said the same thing to him. Yes. So you didn't, so at your level, General, someone just comes and they says that and you just believe it. And you don't see that he could also just be pushing information, as you were just saying earlier about how people peddle information and plot people against each other.
I do listen, and as to what I do.
You used him for your personal survival in SAPS because he seemed to have information both through government or, well, I guess, the executive and.
I didn't use him. Listen, when you called, I listened.
Okay. Let's talk about, you said you were doing operations in Cape Town, and this was around the same time as the ANC's January 8th, 2025 celebrations. Was it something that was planned or pre-planned? That you arranged your operations in Cape Town around the period of the ANC's January 8th?
January 8th is a yearly event of the African National Congress. But as the South African Police Service, we have to be there to do our work.
Okay, so who attends? Because as the economic freedom fighters, we also have ours, and we don't have ministers, officials on that level of SAPS coming to attend any. I've never ever seen them. I'm just asking. And I think even the IFP here. So are you saying that it's a standard operation procedure that high-level officials in SAPS makes their operations, arrange operations in the hosting?
In all the political parties who have events,
no, you definitely don't have high level like on your level at ours. I can tell you for a fact. No, I know. I'm part of JOG.
No, they are.
Okay.
They are.
Maybe you must supply us with the list of who's deployed to these events.
No, when it happens, there's a clear plan from the police side on what will be happening, and they demarcate the streets on how.
I understand the job processes. I'm not asking, I'm asking about levels. I'm asking specifically you as a general heading up a division, right? A deputy, actually, deputy commissioner that will make themselves available to do operations in towns hosted by the ANC in particular. I understand the whole process of JOC and the police being involved. I'm not disputing that, General. I'm saying on that level.
Yes, on this level.
I'd like to know which ones have ever attended our events. Let's talk about when you were in Cape Town for the January 8th, 2025 celebrations. Did you meet the Minister of Police and a letter disbanding the political killings task team?
On January 8th?
Around that time, not on that day in particular, but you were here celebrating. Okay, let me not say you were celebrating. You were doing operations for the ANC's January 8th. The minister was here because there's evidence that even someone sponsored his trip. So did you have any communication with the minister?
The minister was not around. He didn't attend.
Oh, how do you know?
I know.
No, see the. Okay. At least there's something you're saying that you know, General. Let's move on to, so you didn't meet the minister, is that what you're saying? You didn't have any conversations with the Minister of Police during the January 8th?
He was not there.
That's not the question. Did you have around that time, even if you didn't see him physically, during that period?
I've never spoken to the minister.
Okay. Let's talk about Busi Cat Mkhwanazi. He called you, you said, and he wanted to have a meeting with you. And then you agreed to the meeting. So at your level, did you not even say, hey, let me just take this guy out before I just meet with him? Like, obviously you knew as a service provider, you're saying that you didn't get involved in the procurement process and that sort of thing. This guy has 80 active cases with SAPS. You are the head of crimes detection. You just went ahead and met with him.
I don't think it's fair, Chair, that when a person complains and comes with a lawyer and having the papers and say, I'm here to complain to the National Commissioner. This is my complaint. Then I must go out there and start running tests on the person and start running investigation on the person.
But
it's not how it works.
He called you first. He didn't just show up at your office. That's what you said. So the call, you arranged a meeting, right? So when he called and he asked to have a meeting with you, he stated why he wanted to meet with you.
Yes.
Right. So you knew he was coming there for that. He didn't show up with lawyers. So you had time to just say, let me go and do some due diligence, because you could have even called him back and bit of my payroll, it's not in my grade. Let's wait until the National Commissioner comes back. But you made a decision to meet with him and not even check 80 cases. And you just met with him like that. Yeah. That's what the National Commissioner told us, 80 since 2007.
Oh, it's 1-8 now.
80. Am I wrong? It is 80. I asked the National Commissioner twice last week. And I even asked when he said it's dating back since 2007.
General Mkhwanazi said 1-8.
The National, okay, I guess we can just verify our evidence leaders. Can we just double check? But when we did a follow up, I remember saying whether it was 80 or 1-8. But regardless, 80 or 18, it's still a lot. So it wasn't strange for you just to do that, General?
No, because remember, Honorable Chair, when a member comes, when a person comes wanting to see you.
He called you, he didn't come and see you, didn't show up.
Yeah, I don't think each and every person who comes who want to see me, I have to run tests on that person.
But it's not a deep test, just to just some due diligence. You hold a very strategic position in this country. You've said yourself that people come and they influence you and they peddle wrong information. I would just think that you'd be a little bit more cautious. But if you didn't do it, that's fine. Do you want to say something before I move on?
No, I just wanted to say that it's not always easy and possible to say, I want to run tests. When a person wants to say, to check on you, it's not like in the presidency. In the presidency, if I want to meet the president will have a team that will actually check the background of the person. Who is this person? What is he about, and why does he want to see you will have few people before you get there. Now, in my case, I'm expected to meet anybody who wants to meet me or who wants to meet the National Commission.
You indicated that you also made calls to him. You had with him about his...
Mr. Matala. No, I never made calls to him.
At all?
No, I never made calls to him.
And did you and the minister discuss Nhlanhla and Brown?
Not even once.
Any way, shape, or form?
Not even once.
Not going to find any WhatsApp message informally?
You will never find
it from the chief of staff?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the disbandment of PKT. Obviously, I'm not going to repeat what other honorable members have asked. Was the minister briefed about the PKTT before sending the letter officially?
Yes.
He was, because the National Commissioner's evidence says he was not briefed.
I read something here in a meeting on the 27th that I know that there was an executive meeting and there was a briefing in relation to the PKTT, and the National Commissioner in that meeting did indicate that it was not meant to be structured, it was meant to evolve into a murder and robbery unit.
Okay, so I'm not asking that. I'm just asking the minister. So you're saying that the National Commissioner gave wrong evidence before this commission, and maybe our evidence leaders can just check in his statement, because he said the minister did not receive a briefing from anyone officially in SAPS about the PKTT. That's why he was shocked that the decision was made. So you were saying that the minister had received it. Were you part of the meeting?
Yes.
You were.
Yes.
And you were satisfied, or you are satisfied that the minister was properly informed, not about whether it wasn't supposed to be a permanent arrangement, whether he was briefed properly about the PKTT to make an informed decision.
If an honorable member is talking about not about that letter, then I can't say I know.
No,
that
not the
minister.
letter. I'm saying before this letter arrived, was sent on the 31st. I'm saying, was there a briefing?
The fact that there was such a discussion in college, it means it was a briefing.
I beg your pardon, say that again?
The fact that there was such a meeting that was discussed with the police executive PKTT.
Okay, that's a different question, different answer. I'm saying was, did the minister receive a briefing, as we get briefings of this is what the PKTT has done over the years, et cetera, et cetera. Did he get that, or was there just an overall discussion? That's what I'm asking.
I wouldn't know about that one.
Okay, right. Did you have any discussions with the minister, with Brown or with Kat about informally, formally about the disbandment of PKTT before it happened?
It never happened.
So you didn't. Okay. Okay. So this is something that is baffling, General. On the 31st of December, in the afternoon, the minister decides he must send an email about issues that are not of national. So this, like, I would be like, what is he doing? So when you saw this letter on the day that you saw it, did you not think, okay, this thing is on the 31st? And he even knows that the National Commissioner is not there. Did those things not cross your mind that this just seems just highly irregular? Or is it something that's common? You've been in the police force for a long time. For the minister on New Year's Eve, the whole world is resting. He decides he wants to send a letter of something that he could have dealt with in January when offices were fully open.
I wasn't shocked, and there's nothing shocking about it.
Why?
Because the ministers, the police, they are working during that period.
There's working, right, that's dealing with the issue of festive activities. We're talking about matters of border control. One was about doing a strategy for border control. They can wait until January. How is that even urgent? Even the thing about the disbandment. Okay, give me just one example, General, of any other time in your history of being in the South African Police Service where a minister sent a letter on the 31st of importance during that period. Just one.
What we know is that when the festive period, safer festive period is declared, policemen are no longer allowed to take leave until when it comes to an end somewhere in January. So during that period, the police are hard at work. And as the police are hard at work, they are not on leave. Now, me and you will differ in this sense. The minister is a new minister. And him being—
He was excited.
No, don't use the word councillor that he was excited.
Let's do like this.
Okay, sorry, Chair.
I don't like it when you exchange between yourselves. Because it's either you intimidate each other or you inject fear in each other. Honorable Matthys, I want to allow you to ask the last two questions because your time has been up.
No, Chair, but no problem. I trust you, Chair. So, General, you're not really answering the question. The issue is not whether SAPS or the police is working during that period. We know that it's a very busy time. We're just talking about particular operational matters. I would like you to speak to the issue of, oh, hey, now I must choose. Let's talk about, you've said that you don't know this Paul O'Sullivan at all. Do you know,
Sorry, Chair, I've never said I don't know Paul O'Sullivan.
like you've never met him, you have never engaged
never
with
said
him?
that.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you then.
I said
You
I know,
engaged with-
I said I know Paul O'Sullivan very well.
Oh. Oh, yes, you did. Sorry, I'm looking at something else. And you also said that he's a well-known person in the crime-fighting community. What is the nature of Paul O'Sullivan's involvement in crime fighting in the country?
He runs a forensic investigative company and I normally gets information and he reports to the police as well.
Do you know how he gets to be in possession of this information? And does it not bother you that a person information that Paul O'Sullivan has? And then also just quickly maybe talk to the issue of the Helen Suzman Foundation. My last question, Chair, or must I come back? Or do you want to respond to the first question?
Respond now.
Okay.
How we access which information, people report to Paul O'Sullivan. People report to Patricia Mashad. People report to Josh Mashad. People report to Brown Mohozi. People report to a person they feel comfortable with. And these people people report to Professor Mary DeHaas. And as they report, they then take information forward. You will have people who report to whoever they feel comfortable with. And then he will either interview them, obtain statement, and send them to the relevant authorities to be processed. In relation to the Helen Suzman Foundation, I don't know what the question is intended to, because you haven't asked the question. Yes.
It was the Helen Suzman Foundation that litigated this.
It's possible.
Yeah, and then we also know that it was the Helen Suzman Foundation who led the court challenge on the appointment of General Banning, who's the former Hawks head, that eventually resulted in his removal. And this was soon after he dismissed you from the Hawks. So at any stage, did you have a conversation with any representatives or people associated with the Helen Suzman Foundation about the struggles you were going through at SAPS?
I think, I don't know whether it was Freedom Under Law that I went, it's Freedom Under Law that I went to see. Helen Suzman Foundation, I don't remember meeting with them, but in their case, they were just worried that the man has been found guilty or there is serious allegations against him and yet he's waking. They said, no, he must actually be suspended because he's been found guilty or the court has declared that he's a dishonorable person who lacks honor and integrity. He must go stay at home. So it is based on those.
Okay, so there was no link to the fact that he had just dismissed you. So there was no link to the fact that he had just dismissed you, that the Helen Suzman Foundation.
No, there was a link because, I mean, remember everybody knew the procedure. He was fighting for Richard Mluli, and that is why he was fired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
so much, Honorable Matthys. Honorable members, when we come back, we are taking Honorable Mnwango, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James, and the last speaker will be Honorable Sangol. And then we'll take a comfort break. So now we are breaking for 15 minutes. We are coming back at 17:30. Yeah.